What's going on, guys? What's up, Sheree? What's up, Stranded? What's going on, Leo? Good to see you guys. Everybody smash that like button. Show me a little love. We got another new subscriber. Don't know who subscribed, but thank you. Appreciate the hell out of you. That's awesome. We're up to 92. 8 more, and we hit our 100 mark. I think Sheree has that 100 mark set for December or January of this year. If it keeps going this way, looks like we might hit that goal. We may just hit that goal. What's up, Eugene? How are you, man? Slowly gain. Slow. Slow and steady. Just a little tappy tap. Tap it home. Tappy tappy tap. Hey, what's going on, Bob? Good to see you. My 5x5 on my audio there, Sheree? What's up, Devin? Somebody give Devin that popcorn. Let me see if I can pull this off. Oh, the camera's still down. Can't forget the butter. Maybe not that much butter. Everybody smash the like button. What is going on? How is everybody tonight? My ear's still jacked up, so I'm only wearing one headset. Yeah, the infection moved to a lymph node. Not fun. So if my voice is a little off, well, it could just be I have a crappy voice, or it could be that my ear's jacked. I'm not sure which yet. All right, let's take a look. Oh, we're going to go with a fun one. We're going to go with a fun one tonight, guys. So, like I said, this is Joker. Actually, where's this little remote thing? Let's see if it works. That's actually cool. I can actually get in there with it. Take a look at him. Now, you may be wondering why Joker's face is all jacked on this one. The eyes are going to be crazy. But you may be wondering why they're all janked. Janky looking, yeah, we got all kinds of nice little fine detail in there. It's going to be a pain in the ass. All along the jawline here, over here, this is all muscle tissue. Should be anyway. That's because Joker in the New 52 comics had his face removed. Still don't know why he had his face removed, but then when he showed back up, he took his face back. It was hanging on the wall in Gotham PD, and yeah, he basically like took a leather strap and some steel. But it all comes from a comic book run called Death of the Family. Yep, the dude getting set on fire. According to ABL, though, he's so tough he would have known right away and would have knocked that dude right out. Yeah, no, that's not how that went down. We'll touch on just why I'm starting to realize like ABL is kind of low information. Kind of low information. But anyway, so this is what the face looked like. Batman, Death of the Family. This is number 13, and this was New 52 run of Batman. This is one of the comics. Now, granted, what's weird is I don't remember him wearing the actual orange jumpsuit. This is what, number 14. That's actually got him from the back, so we know how to do the strap. And then we will show off number 17. Granted, I got number 16, but it didn't have Joker on the cover. Him dancing with the empty bat suit. Yeah, Stranded. I'll get into it. And trust me, you were better off not watching it. But yeah, all these comics. This was the entire run of it. You can see you get the creepiest Joker, whatever, but it gives you. So this is from 2012. Batman 13. So it was October 2012 till February 2013. ABL's not a loser. He's just yeah, there we go. We can switch that over. It's one of the limited edition covers. Getting into some of this artwork. I don't know if I'm allowed to show all that much. This is the prelude. So most of it, and they go into the Red Hood, Harley. There we go. There's a good shot of them. So we'll be painting that shit. Painting that shit. Actually, that's an excellent shot right there. Give you an idea how creepy he's gonna look. Yeah, Bob's not wrong. That is what it was over. And the way the guy did it, so that's just it. ABL like took legitimately. Oh, he poured gasoline on his head and then set him on fire, too literally. And I was like, bro. He walked in with a 5-gallon bucket and just went kabloosh, splashed him with it, and then torched him. Nobody's going to sit there and let you pour gasoline on top of their head. Man, look at that. That is this is where we were starting to get into a bit of the woke. But yeah, actually, it was College Humor taking the piss out of the woke back in 2012. Basically, spend like all day looking at lolcats on Facebook. I'm such a huge nerd. It just, yeah. Oh, do you just watch him the troll? I don't think I'm going to be watching him at all anymore. I can't. I can't. I felt like I melted part of my IQ off last night. Matter of fact, I was laughing because I'll get into it. I will get into it. But it got to a point where I just shook my goddamn head. Shook my head. And I was like, yeah, I need to. You're just reading. What I realized is he's reading topics on Twitter. And trust me, he's not the only one. Anybody who watches the quartering, right? This is some of the funniest shit ever, in my opinion. So ABL at least does his own like thumbnails or whatever. Does him like doing a face reaction, right? The quartering used to do thumbnails that were like quartering style thumbnails, I call them, mainly saying that his channel was under attack or some silliness like this. Well, the quartering not long ago had like a nervous breakdown kind of thing because I guess he wasn't getting as many views as he was before. So he said he's going to switch it up, and he has a whole team of people working for him. So he's going to switch up stuff and everything else. His thumbnails, I swear to God, I saw one. I was like, wait, I thought that was Tim Pool's thumbnail. Like when I blew past it in my feed, I'm like, dude, you stole Tim Pool's thumbnail style. Like, what is that? Wait, there was a Garfield Ninja Turtles crossover? Man, I didn't even hear about that one. Although it doesn't shock me. Yeah, and that's just it. The Ivan call was kind of funny. ABL did roast him. So good on ABL for roasting Ivan, but that's like saying I punched this Down syndrome kid in the face and took his lollipop and ran off. Like Ivan's kind of an easy mark. The one caller last night though, yeah, he kind of went in a little extra hard on Arkansas and West Virginia, and like I mean, he did everything but like Sieg Heil during his phone call. I was like, "Yo, bro, what you doing? Like, like what is up with this? Like, I get he was trying to do comedy, but yeah, it just wasn't funny, and it was like definitely interesting. We'll just leave it at that, dude. The quarter pounder leeches off Temple. He stole his thumbnail designs, like almost the same text, same color scheme, everything else. So I guess he was just like he told his creative team or whatever the hell, whoever the hell he's employing, like, hey, we need to change this up so I get more viewers. And they were just like, oh, you know what? We'll just make it look like Tim Pool's then. Like, what? Yeah, I'll definitely have to check it out. Let's see. Number 17. This should be close to the end of this book. Yeah, it is. Yeah, there we go. That's a pretty good representation of where we want to get to with his face. I mean, everything, just the artwork in this was outstanding the way they did it. I haven't read this book in like years. I think I got like two or three copies of each one of these too. It's where Joker gasses everybody. Yeah, yeah, that'll be definitely going to be interesting, say the least. I mean, I don't take Tim Pool. I don't even know how to think about him. Yeah, definitely creepy as shit though. So we're going to almost like a brown in his teeth too. That's going to be a little interesting. Batman beating the hell out of the Joker. Knocks his face around backwards too at one part. It's funny. Yeah, Batman saves the day. This is the end of the story arc. Oh, what the hell happened to that back page? Channel 52. Yeah, Tim Pool. I can't with Tim Pool anymore. So, in the first issue, right? Like, okay, so Batman, you're talking there in I don't even know how many issues of Batman there are at this point. They got to be in like the 900s or the thousands on it, right? Like I know Action Comics is over 1,000 because I have number 1,000. But Batman, DC did this thing where they did what's known as the New 52, and they did it about the same time Marvel did all new, all different in the comic books. Um, the difference was that Marvel, the way they did it was they gender and race swap. I'm going to say 90% of their characters. Thor became Lady Thor. Miles Morales took over as Spider Man. Sam Wilson became Captain America. Um, but yeah, uh, Amadeus Cho became the Hulk instead of Bruce Banner. What's her name became Hawkeye, and stuff like this. Like they had some interesting stuff in there, but for the most part, nah. right? But DC, what DC did was their history was so long that they decided we're going to reboot everything. Some stuff will continue on storylines like Batman, like it's already an established universe. Other stuff we're going to completely reset, like Superman. You know, we're going to tell the story over again and all this. We'll call it the New 52. It'll be 52 different books. And that's how we're going to go forward that way. So the first issue of Batman New 52, there he was chasing a guy named the Doll Maker. I think that's his name. I think it was the Doll Maker. But he was doing like twisted stuff, like basically putting automaton parts into people and controlling them and stuff. But Batman was chasing the Joker, like tracking him down, not like physically chasing him. And he traced him to like this old apartment building. And as Batman's entering the room, you see basically the silhouette of the Joker going out the window, and it's like, what the hell? And then he starts finding these bandages, all the doll parts and stuff, like, like all these weird tools, like surgical or like hardware tools, like a hacksaw and stuff, sitting on a table, and then just sitting there is the Joker's face on this tray. Like he literally had the doll maker cut off his face, and it was like Batman's like, what the hell? So then they go and it isn't till, is it issue 13? It may be this issue. It was either issue 12 or 13. But the whole thing was Batman called in the crime scene to Commissioner Gordon. He shows up. He takes Joker's face and they take it into Gotham PD. They put it in like a shadow box and then hang it on the wall, like right above the reception desk when you first walk into the Gotham PD. It might actually be, I think it's 12, but it might be 13. It happens. So the whole thing is you never see the Joker. Like Joker just disappeared, right? Like fell off the face of the planet. Matter of fact, it may be 13. The mayor. But let me see. I'm seeing if it's in 13, because like this is the intro, yeah. Because they're in Gotham PD, all of a sudden lights cut out and stuff, and then you just kind of see the outline of the Joker. Like Joker's finally back because he disappeared through the whole run. Yeah, so there you go. That's what was left behind from the glass where his face was being kept. Um, and he like, I mean, he wrecks everybody in there. Let's see. Do they actually show the face? I don't think they do. They just show the Joker. But anyway, so then Joker finally comes back. He goes in. He basically wrecks all the cops, kills the mayor, all this kind of stuff. Like goes over and kills the mayor, and then he hunts down Batman. Like he kidnaps Batgirl, Dick Grayson, so Nightwing, Batgirl, Red Robin, Alfred Pennyworth, what's his name? Damian Wayne, Bruce Wayne's actual son. He kidnaps them, makes them all sit at this dinner table or whatever, lures Batman in. He Joker gasses the entire family, but he has them all sitting there with bandages on their face, like they're not sure if they got their faces cut off. You don't know until the very end of the story if they had their faces removed or not. I am Batgam. Yeah, but it's a crazy story, and then Batman ends up the end of it. Batman tells Joker, "I know your secret identity," all this kind of stuff, and Joker doesn't want to hear it. And they're like in caverns below Gotham, and Joker jumps and falls in the water, like off like this water stream or whatever that's going through the cavern. And you don't know if he's dead or not. They never find the body, and then he does show up again later. But yeah, it was interesting. And then this actually, Hot Topic exclusive, but they did the Funko Pop of them, so that'll give you more of an idea how his face is going to be laid out. Yeah, death of the family. But yeah, it was like the whole thing was the new 52 had some good stuff to it, but overall, people were pissed off about it because new readers kind of wanted more backstory to certain things, and older readers wanted the continuation of their stories. Like they wanted, like when they rebooted Superman, they completely depowered him where he didn't have powers at first. Like he could only leap over tall buildings again. He wasn't like uber powerful. He got stripped of all his stuff. And then the DC New 52 didn't work out for them. They started seeing decline in their book sales, everything else. So then it went on to DC Rebirth, and DC Rebirth starts off with Batman in the Batcave and the Flash, and Batman finds the button for the comedian from Watchmen in the Batcave, and he's like, "How the hell did this get in here?" And it turned out like basically it was Doctor Manhattan messing with everybody that changed the entire DC universe to the New 52, and then he reverted it back. Like I said, uber nerd stuff. Would you guys have been more happy if I was just like, hell yeah, I read comics. I know all the people. I know the Batman. I know the Joker. What's the funny guy with the question marks? I know him too. The guy with two faces. What's his name? Yeah, I remember all that. Yeah, so like I said, I watched ABL last night. I tried not to watch. I was like, oh, he's not going to talk about the brawl in Ohio. Thank God. Because now I won't get angry. Like, I was like, I'm not going to get mad now. He's going to avoid it altogether. Good on him. Probably the smartest move possible. I got Discord loading too, Eugene. Rebel, my roving reporter with the real deal news. Yeah, the brawl in Ohio, I finally got to see it. Shit was outrageous. I've seen beatdowns like that before. However, what I've not seen in person like that before, because I'm not going to lie, the entire fight would have stopped. And one dude, everybody would have switched from the dude getting his ass beat on the ground to the guy who knocked that chick out. Like the entire crowd would have stopped and just flatlined that guy. And like, yo, you took it too far, motherfucker, and just started hammering him. That shit was redonkulous. Ah, no worries, Stranded. Like I said, I don't know everything because man, there's comic book channels out there that I mean they go deep. And I stopped reading. Good lord, I don't even know how long ago now. Years ago, because the comics got like the runs were just bad. Like they were just putting out slop. Every now and again you'd have a gem, but like Infamous Iron Man was a lot of fun, for example. Um, but now I'm watching the MCU adapting the stuff that basically killed the comic book industry and like deflated it. They're about to start adapting that stuff into MCU. Um, Now, granted, I know the next movie they're doing, and I actually saw this, that what's his name is going to be Lobo. Jason Momoa is apparently going to be Lobo, and they are going to do Woman of Tomorrow, Supergirl movie where it's her and Crypto, and it's actually from a comic book, and it's about her basically dealing with the trauma of her world being destroyed, like Krypton being destroyed. So that could be interesting. They could do a really good, solid, fun job with it. I'm just most interested to see Jason Momoa as Lobo. Which book? Oh, because we're doing him. I was showing off Death of the Family. Well, Batman New 52. This is 13, 14, and 17. actually the little insert so you could keep up with all the different books. I got a whole stack of them that I had put in the back of the comics too. So each one of them has them behind the board. But this way, I've got like what my paint is going on as. Who shaved their beard off? But yeah, the it's gonna be crazy. Wait, oh, are you talking about Momoa shaved his beard off to play Lobo? That would be well. He kind of had like almost like a Lemmy kind of like mustache into a beard in a way. I'm gonna have to look because I remember he had the dark diamonds on his eyes. But I swear to God, I thought he had a beard. Well, maybe not a beard. Maybe he just had a mustache. Or maybe it's just because he's always sneering or whatever. Because the character Lobo is like black and white. How did I just do it with my mouse? Let me look up a photo real quick. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. For some reason, I will have to. Yeah. No. Now let me see. Um. Do this so we can look together, guys. Where the hell's my camera? There you go. Yeah, here's Lobo. Yeah. Images. I'm going to the actual images of him. Now, see, like he's got the mustache or whatever. It comes down in the lines. So yeah, I guess he would have to shave off his beard. Yeah, like yeah, I guess he doesn't have a beard, guys. Granted, can definitely see. Yeah, like 110%. You can't tell me that isn't perfect casting for Lobo right there. Like you look at him side by side, and it's just like he was made to play Lobo. That big pimp sucker. Yeah, he doesn't have a beard. Like none of these. That isn't. Look at the sculpt on that damn thing. That thing's got to be like $400 or $500, right? Um, he kind of looks like he has a chin patch there. Like you can kind of see it. Let me see if I can find a better shot. But yeah, it's a small beard. It's not like you see this one. Momoa's beard, he'd have to shave all this off, shave this into diamonds. Yeah, most of the pictures they're showing him up against, no beard. Maybe a little stubble, but no beard. That's awesome right there though. Like god damn, he is built to play Lobo. I have this. I'll pull this for next stream. I'll definitely pull this for next stream. I got your cover enhancement right here. And he's pointing to this cod piece, and the cod piece on the actual comic is foil and puffy. Just epic. Like I said, I think Jason Momoa is just going to be chewing the scenery and enjoying the hell out of that. I always love this cover too. Bite me, fanboys. Lobo's back. The one with the enhancement cover. What's up, Steve? How's my man on the streets? My main man on the scene, Steve. Make sure y'all smash that like button. It's what Jesus would want. But yeah, like you got some classics. Like I have these in the back too. This is the silver one. I've got the gold one, the silver one, and the bronze one for this, and the regular cover. That's McFarlane's Spider-Man #1. Back when Todd McFarlane was still with Marvel. Definitely some nerd shit I'm off about, huh? All right. Let me get this fixed. This switch back over. Boom. And yeah, that should fix the chats. Yeah, I read something like that too. As a matter of fact, James Gunn said the first call that he got to congratulate him on getting DC, it was Jason Momoa. He just texted him, and he just texted him the word Lobo with, he said, like 15 exclamation points. That Spider-Man, probably like $20, 20, $30. The problem with that Spider-Man, now if you get it signed by McFarlane, it might be worth a bit more. But the problem with the Spider-Man run was, I think the bronze one is a third or fourth printing of the book, right? For example, that was a time when somebody sold a Babe Ruth card for a like $1 million or something like this, right? So all of a sudden, comic books and trading cards went through the roof. Like they just flooded the market in the 90s. And when they did that, they basically devalued everything. Like, so they did the death of Superman, for example. I can't even remember what the hell the name of the movie was, but this one lady, they showed the day that it got released and it was on the news. And this lady bought like 10 copies of it. And she's like, yeah, in 20 years, I'll be able to send my kids to college by selling these books. That book's worth like, even with the special plastic original release cover with the armband inside and everything else, that book's probably worth like $20, $30 because they did a couple million copies of it. People didn't realize at the time that the reason why that Babe Ruth card sold is because it was ultra rare. There's barely any of them left, and they're hard to get in pristine condition. Nowadays, like anytime I've shown you guys my comic books, they're always in plastic. If not, they're slabbed, right? Like if it's something that was graded, it gets slabbed. Like it goes into a special plastic protective coating and gets slabbed. You can take it out of it, but you're going to devalue the book the moment you handle it again. So it's one of those things where you would think some of your stuff is worth a lot of money. Like you have what's known as keys. So like right now, because Fantastic Four came out, the run with Galactus, where he first appears, is probably going through the roof. Because everybody wants a copy of that book right now. Give it another month, 2 months, 3 months, or whatever, and that book's going to start falling down in price again. But it is considered a key issue because it's the introduction of Galactus, who plays into a bigger future. Yeah, and that's just it. DC was trying to make Aquaman more badass versus the golden, golden haired surfer boy look, and it worked. I mean, don't get it wrong. I thought Momoa was fine in that role, and it was cool. They went with a more grittier version of him, but at the same point in time, I would rather see Momoa as Lobo. It fits his personality. Like, not only does it look like him, it absolutely fits his personality. Where Aquaman, I don't know. I don't maybe Alan Richardson, the guy who plays Reacher, he played him on Smallville. And I think that's pretty good casting for an Aquaman. Like he'd be a decent Aquaman. See, Reb, like that one right there, a Lou Ferrigno signed Hulk. The moment Lou Ferrigno dies, that book is going to be worth a ton. Yeah, I mean, you can't get better than him as Lobo. To be honest with you, I it was a severe missed opportunity that Nathan Fillion didn't play. He played Guy Gardner, and instead of being what's his name, Hal Jordan. That's perfect casting. Same thing with back in the day, not now because he's too old for the role. Perfect Plastic Man, 110%. The perfect person to play Plastic Man would have been Bruce Campbell from Evil Dead franchise. He would have been perfect casting back when he was younger, like maybe right around Army of Darkness era. He would have been an amazing Plastic Man. Yeah, Steve. Like the whole thing is, they're always going to promote stuff. Like when they did the all new, all different Marvel, I bought like a lot of the number ones when it first came out because I wanted to see what they were doing. I was like, oh, this could be really cool. And man, it sucked. It was just awful. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like 350 to $5 a comic. I was like, oh yeah, Marvel, you have done shit the bed. The only thing they did that was kind of cool was Superior Spider Man and Superior Iron Man. And Superior Spider Man, basically, Doctor Octopus, his his consciousness gets transferred into Peter Parker's body. Bruce Campbell's amazing. Um, Everything I've heard about him, he's like a genuine good dude. Yeah, like Bruce Campbell and him are like, I mean, Bruce Campbell, everything I've heard, he's like supposed to be a great guy. Yeah, well, I mean, you never know. Maybe someday enough kids destroy their copy of that comic and you'll be good. That's how it goes. Like I said, um, you got to figure Mickey Mantle's, oh God, what's his name? I just said it. Babe Ruth, Joe DiMaggio, right? Like back in the day, kids used to get the baseball cards and they'd use a clothespin and they'd clip them to the side of the bike so it went into their spokes so it would make the pretend like they're riding motorcycles on their bicycles when they were young, right? I did it. But so many baseball cards were destroyed and never taken care of. There was kids that took care of their cards, and I'm sure they made a pretty penny off them if they ended up selling them or got a complete run, especially of the Yankees. Yeah, I used to do it. Had a BMX. I used to do it all the time. I mean, that's just it. It's funny. So Batman the movie came out. Here you go. Here's one for you. Batman the movie came out. They had two different versions of Batman in figure form. They had Jack Nicholson's Joker, two different versions of him, and they had Bob the Goon, right? So they had like five figures in this run. Then they did Superman in it. They did a couple of the other action figures. Out of that Batman run, two Batmans, two Jokers, and Bob the Goon, which one do you think is worth the most out of all of them if you still have it in the package, everything else? Take a guess. And we're talking Michael Keaton movie. My man Eugene stays making moves. Nice. But yeah, like which of those action figures would you? You ready for the answer? The answer is Bob the Goon. Batman's not worth the most money. Both the Jack Nicholson Jokers not worth that much. Well, nowadays all four of those are still worth a little bit of money, but Bob the Goon is worth like quadruple what the other four figures are combined. You know why? The reason why is because nobody bought the goddamn action figure when it was out. Nobody cared about Bob the Goon. Everybody wanted Batman. Everybody wanted the Joker. Nobody wanted Bob the Goon. Bob the Goon is hard to get. He's rare. Like, oh shit. I need to complete my set as an adult and I've got all this money in my pocket. I I didn't even know there was a Bob the Goon. What the. An old Pete Rose card? Well, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of wish I did have all my cards from when I was a kid because I was just outside Philadelphia. So Pete Rose, um, what was it? Schmidt, Mike Schmidt, like all those cards. We had all that stuff. Good old Charlie Hustle, Pete Rose, like all in their Phillies uniforms, all that stuff when they won. I had all that crap when I was a kid. And number 300, signed by McFarlane, that may be worth a little bit. I'm trying to remember because that's right when he started taking over Spider-Man. That's right before he did Venom, the whole Venom arc, and actually introduced Venom as a character. Yeah, I mean that's just it. Everybody like different people collect different things. Um, whether it's action figures, some people we're all nerds in one way or another. Could be trading stamps. Um, could be bubblegum cards or trading cards, you know. Um, comic books, action figures. Those are more video games now. Shit, there's people that collect little porcelain dolls, shot glasses from every different state. Actually, there's like these little silver spoons that you can get at every like rest stop when you first enter a state. People collect those. I always called them Coke spoons. New 52. I mean, some of those comics are actually worth money, believe it or not, because they did Hawk and Dove. There was a lot of interesting, weird one-off comics that they tried to bring out, and they didn't take off, but they still have a place. Like it's a niche comic. You have that. You got the spoon from different countries. Nice. My my daughter, whenever she travels, she brings me back a Zippo from different places. Yeah, some Married with Children comics. I have, God, I've got a shit ton of comics, believe it or not, but not a huge redonkulous amount. I've just got a lot of comics, but most of mine I've got some incomplete runs of Iron Man. I do have the whole Demon in a Bottle story arc though. I got when I was a kid, where he's so drunk he can't even be Iron Man, basically. That was what Iron Man 2 in the MCU was supposed to be the demon in the bottle story arc, and they screwed it up. Yeah, see, Beanie Babies is one of those fads that legitimately, if you were in when that fad was in, you made a ton of money. Fidget spinners were a more recent fad that fell out fast. It was ridiculous. We could not keep them on the shelf. Like, and I was working in a Walgreens for God's sake, and we'd have kids calling every day. Did you guys get more? Did you guys get more? And then next thing you know, we got like 12 boxes shipped to the store, and yeah, nobody's buying them. Like the fad was over. Some fads will stay, some go away. Married with Children comics, yeah. I think I had, and I still have them in the back. I think GI Joe versus Transformers. Like they did a comic book for that back in the 80s. Pogs, yeah. There's still people that collect Pogs, and they still have a bit of value depending. Yeah, and you're right. You're not wrong. They're OG crypto. They're OG cryptocurrency. That's exactly what they are. Like, I have a Funko Pop that's worth like I want to say it was like $1,500 or something like this, and I was like, "You got to be shitting me!" And it was just something that my wife had got for me because when it comes to comic books, all this, I won't the one person I won't ever get in a fight with on comic history or stuff like this. I'll put up a fight, but she'll kick my ass every time. Is my wife. All right, my wife likes all the silly side characters, Wonder Twins and Big Barda and like the oddball comics. But goddamn, you got to be super knowledgeable to be like, oh yeah, like this comic, and this comic was the origin of this, and that came out, and this is why it was drawn and everything. I'm just like, Jesus, it's too much. You're more nerd than me in this category. Nice, a Transformers '84 #1 newsstand, dude. That's you gotta love it. Yeah, I had a couple of I think when I was like 13 I got my subscription to Playboy. Um the big one's always the Marilyn Monroe, the #1. And that's usually what the collectors go for because most of it has all been digitized now. So you can go find like all those issues online and stuff like that. As a matter of fact, with comic books, from what I understand, you can pay like $10 a month, $20 a month or something like this. And DC Marvel have basically digitized everything. Like I think by now they're caught up, but they had everything like digitized that you can just go and it's almost like you just go in and read through entire runs. Pam Anderson, before or after plastic surgery? Because you can tell, like, I mean, there's definitely a difference. Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing, Steve. Like, I mean, with me, I think I've told you guys we used to read through them and read the cartoons and everything in them. Like we'd be. It wasn't just about the pretty girls inside, and I mean there were beautiful women in those books, but it was more like for us, we always enjoyed like the jokes, the comics, all that kind of stuff. That was actually funny as hell. Yeah, Dana Plato, Jenny McCarthy. Yep. Yeah, the Dana Plato one's crazy. There's a Margot Kidder one too for anybody want to know about Lois Lane. No, I asked my mom for a subscription to Playboy when I was like 13. She was like, "Yeah, no problem, bet," and got me a sub to it. Wasn't that expensive for an entire year. I think she got it as like either a Christmas or a birthday present. What's up, Bagum? Do me a favor, smash that like. Don't be frail. But yeah, I mean, crazy, crazy. Some of the stuff, like DVDs. I man, my DVD collection. Bagum will tell you. Like I'm telling you, when I say walls, like I mean walls and racks, and then like stacks of DVD on top of the racks going up to the ceiling, on top of all the stacks going around the walls. Like it was stupid how many DVDs I had. I think I still have a list somewhere, and it was like it's 3,600 and was like 2 years out of date. They're basically landfill now. I don't know if she did Sports Illustrated. She definitely did Playboy. She did Playboy a couple times, and the first time she did it was before she had any kind of plastic surgery, and then I think the next time she did it, she did have plastic surgery. But that's kind of funny because actually we can use Pam Anderson to segue into apparently what is the most racist commercial on TV right now. Good old Sydney Sweeney and American Eagle jeans. Now I watched all the ads. You know, I needed to do it. It was research material. Swear to God, she's got good genes. So I found the one ad that sent everybody up in arms, and I understood why they got upset about it. I mean, now anybody who's screaming about the toxicity of the male gaze can go f themselves. Period. End of sentence. Right? Because let's face it, Sydney Sweeney, she looks good. I don't think she's a 10 out of 10. She's somewhere. She's like a 7, maybe an 8 out of 10. She's not a 10 out of 10, right? But she's a very pretty girl. Reminds me of Brooke Shields. Back in the day, did a commercial, and I want to say it was for like Levi's, something like that. But same kind of thing. But yeah, the one where I was like, okay, people can actually kind of be a little bit upset about this one, and that was she goes blonde. It was like blonde hair. I've got blonde hair, blue eye, or yeah, blonde hair, blue eyes, and I'm wearing my American Eagles or something like that. And it's like Sydney Sweeney's got good genes. And that's where people are like, oh, that's some fascist propaganda and shit. Cause I couldn't figure it out. I'm like, I'm watching all these other ones. I'm like, they started at like basically her eyes and then went down to her boobs and like almost to the top of her jeans. She's like, hey, eyes up here. And it's like Sydney Sweeney has good genes. And I'm just like, why are people outraged about that? That shit doesn't make any sense to me. And then when I saw that one, I was like, oh, okay, this is what people are mad about. But the whole thing is, Sydney Sweeney didn't write that goddamn script. Somebody else on the other side of the camera did, right? Part one. Part two, American Eagle, their stock skyrocketed. So even if it was controversial, it must have been controversial in the right way because their profits are going up. They like the ad was a success. And then I try to figure out, well, okay, outside of that one commercial, why would people on the left side of the aisle be so upset about this? Why would, and then I was like, because they got like multicolored hair, nose piercings. Like I'm seeing all these kind of like, I'm like, damn, you look like, your dad didn't love you when you were a child, like kind of girls that are bitching about it on the internet. And then I realized, I was like, holy shit, this ad's taking off because it's a straight white female. Like, wait a minute. It wasn't a transgender chick. It wasn't, you know, it was just a straight white female. And people are having a fucking shit fit over it. I'm like, because there's no diversity, equity, inclusion kind of shit going on in this ad. It's just about a hot chick showing off her ass and a set of jeans. 6 with 8 boobs. Yeah, there you go, Eugene. Good call. But yeah, and then I was like, and then I thought about it. It's like, well, there was a point in time where everything was a beauty standard, right? And then they kind of put that shit away. So like, and I'll never understand this because you look at it, and um, we always say it. Henry Cavill, right? Hugh Jackman is Wolverine. Gerard Butler back in like the 300 days. Like they're all jacked and ripped. You don't hear guys like, well, I ain't never going to look like that. I better go eat me a pint of ice cream and cry in it, right? But standards for beauty for women in cinema in particular, they've kind of slid. Like they've really kind of slid. And some of the shit they started idolizing, it is kind of, it's a bulletin woke, is what that ad is. It's like another like, yep, woke's kind of fucking dead. Yes. Yes, Anna Nicole Smith with Guess Jeans. That's another one. Yeah, but the whole thing is it's not about genetics. She has good genes. They're American Eagle genes. They're good genes. Jeans. I'm like, okay. They're not talking about her genetics. You can imply that, but if somebody were to sue them, they'd be like, we're talking about the genes that are covering her ass. We make good genes. I'm sorry, like, look, I just look at stuff like, let's go back in time. How about Naomi Campbell? Hmm? How about like Lucy Liu when she was younger? Stunning. Like, if they did a commercial with either one of those two back in the day, I'd have been like, hell yeah. You can probably pull that shit off with, what's her name? Zoe Sandala? What the hell's her name? Yeah, and there you go. Forever. It works on two levels. It was funny. Anna Nicole Smith. Man, she married that like 90-year-old dude or whatever. He died like 2 weeks later. It was like, oh yeah, talk about a cash grab. I think didn't she end herself or OD or something? I can't remember. Zaladana. Thank you. Zaldana. There you go. See that I did the same goddamn thing, D. Yeah, Tyra Banks. Hell yeah. Dude, Carmen Electra, okay, but I'm going to go with and she still looks hot now. Oh God, what's her name? Desperado. She's super short. Uh, she's Mexican. She was in Desperado. What the hell is her name? Why can't I can picture the actress like I've got her spot on in my brain and can't think of her name. Not Daisy. Daisy Fuentes was hot, but no, not Daisy Fuentes from MTV. Um. Oh God. You remember shoplifting that issue? Yeah, I don't blame you. Dude, I'm trying to remember what is her name. Dude, that's gonna drive me up a goddamn wall. Salma Hayek. That's her name. Dear Lord, woman's still stunning. Same thing with Linda Carter. Well, the original Wonder Woman. Is that like she's like 80, I think, and she is still like unbelievably hot. Well, yeah, and that's just it. Most of the people that are going off about it are are just that. They're idiots. You're like, yo, and all you did was call more attention to it because I never would have saw those ads. The only reason why I even saw the ad for those jeans was because everybody was so pissed off about it. I was like, you guys just put a spotlight on this for me. Thank you. Sade, yeah, she wasn't bad. I don't know if she was stunning. She definitely wasn't bad. I mean, I can tell you now, if they had done, like that commercial, let's take that Sydney Sweeney commercial and do that like maybe 3 years ago, it would have been Lizzo, and it would have been like Lizzo's got good jeans, and everybody would have been like, "Oh, I ain't buying them fucking jeans." You don't even know who she is. I don't know who she is other than an award show where she was walking around and her tatas were out for display. Yeah, well, that's one of my buddies when I was a kid. Actually, I went to grade school with her. A girl named Shauna Hyatt. She was in like Playboy's Girls of the Hawaiian Tropics. Literally lived a block away from me. Well, not even a block away. It was like you went up the one road and then she was on the other road. You used to talk to her all the time. I think her and my wife are still friends to this day. She was on like when they did that World Series of Poker or whatever. She was like one of the girls that would always like with the microphone, like one of the hostesses or whatever for that show. Holly Berry is by far just unbelievable. Yeah, fight me on that one because you're not wrong, D. That's an excellent call. Holly Berry got paid an extra $1 million to flash the camera in Operation Swordfish. Yeah, you tell me to tell like what movie is Sydney Sweeney in? I couldn't answer. I couldn't answer. I've seen her at an award show and then this ad, and that's it. Janet Jackson back in the '90s was smoking. Yeah, she was hot. We're talking just smoking chicks in general. It doesn't they don't necessarily just have to be black, but that's just it, right? Why are we going back to the '90s to find people that are hot? Like I said, threw Linda Carter out there. She's like 67. Well, actually, like 70s, right? Um, but I mean, in the here and now, like who stands out and who's stunning? Yeah, Vanessa Williams is hot. Yep, I do, and also the cover of her album. You don't remember the plot of Swordfish? The only two things I remember about Operation Swordfish, to your point, forever, was that scene with Holly Berry and the fact that they like took pinballs and put them in C4 and strapped them to their hostages so that they were basically walking claymores. That's it. I can't remember the rest of the goddamn movie outside of those two things. But that's just it. Who are the standouts nowadays? Who are the ones that are like, holy shit, did you see the nude scene with? No, you see silhouettes of people and shit cuts away most times. Like at some point, they cut that stuff. Like they're like, oh, we don't need to show all that. Like, man, but you can show a guy's junk. Like you'll show Ben Affleck's junk or something in the movie, right? Oh, Joker, Joker, Joker. How we gonna do you? Where am I gonna start? Definitely going into these gums red, teeth white and then gray. Problem is seeing where the skin is, where it pulls. Like, actually, hold on, let me use the damn remote. If this thing actually works. Yeah, I can zoom in. All right, let's take a look. I got that. That actually, right here, right where my thumb is, this looks like it is meaty. This is the actual skin from his face. Yeah, you can't name any celebrity crush. You can't. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like maybe it's just the fact that I got old, but I don't think so. I think if that were the case, and it's just a matter of me being old, that would be one thing. You know what? I'm going to go to the easiest thing first. Let's knock out this blue jumpsuit. What's up, Beans? Well, is it that they like them that way, or is it just that's the way that they dress now and like cut their hair and everything? Oh God, Madonna looks like a fucking alien. Like I saw her and I was like, "What did you do to your face? Like, why would you do that? Just age." Like, even if you're aging horribly, like you got to give a shout out to what's her name, Kelly McGillis from Top Gun, right? If you look at her, she looks like a grandma. But you know what? Good on her because she didn't have all the surgeries done and all that stuff to try and make herself look young and like she's a debutante, even though she's like in her 70s, 60, late 60s, early 70s. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, right? Right there. You just said it. You know who my crush is. Yeah, exactly. Henry Cavill, right? Ripped, cock diesel, everything else. Hugh Jackman, right? Like, how come we got all these guys that, girls are like, oh, yeah, what's his name? Chris Hemsworth, Chris Evans. all the different actors that play like superheroes. That's great for the women. But yeah, like we get stuck with shit like Shuri from Black Panther. Like there no guy was like, "Yo, I need that poster hanging on my wall." Tucker Carlson just did an interview. I just watched it today with this dude who and I'm going to say his last name's Aguilar, and I can't remember his first name. But this guy is ex-military, went over to give aid in Gaza, and the stories are unreal that he comes back with. Like you have to watch that episode of Tucker. It was unbelievably good. Yeah, oh yeah, Steve. It's it'll break your heart. The one part of the story is he's talking about this little boy or whatever, and he's got a picture with him and the kid, and he's like, the kid never made it back. Like he came out for food or whatever, had like some dry ramen in one hand, and some peas or something in his other hand, and you know they started shooting over his head. He took off running, and he never made it home. Brie Larson is pretty much exactly what started in my opinion. Brie Larson is part of what destroyed the MCU. Started like dropping it when they had to shoehorn her in for the last Avengers movie and all that, and put her movie in between that and Endgame. And then her press tour and watching her with her other co-stars, man, she doesn't matter how good of an actress she is, she seems just like an asshole of a person. She started a YouTube channel too. She has a YouTube, and yeah, it for the most part, like yeah, she had some subs and all that. She's got way more subs than I do, and I'm sure she's got way more views. But she's not still going with it because it crashed and burned. The infection moved to. Thanks for asking, Beans. The infection moved from my eardrum to my lymph node, and it sucks. So I still only have one speaker on, but it's healing every day. It's getting better. So thank you for asking. Yeah, you're right, Stranded. The whole thing is beauty fades, plastic crumbles, right? End of the day, we're all gonna. I've said this. Plastic surgery. I don't know why you get it. I get if you look at yourself in the mirror and you hate something so bad about yourself that you have to change it or physically change it. I understand that mentality, right? There's stuff I look and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm definitely not young anymore, right? But at the same point in time, I'm also not going to go in and be like, yo, start cutting shit off me. Give me some breast implants so it looks like I have a chest. Shit like that. It's like, oh, ScarJo. I always thought she was way overrated. I don't know. Like, I don't know why. Like, she never hit with me. I was like, she's attractive and all. She just never hit with me for some reason. I mean, that's fine. That's your crush, not mine. But yeah, ScarJo, I don't know. I could just never see it. Yeah, she's not fake. I'll give you that one, and that's cool. And she's like she was married to who? Ryan Reynolds, and now she's married to the dude from SNL, right? So she obviously like the dude from SNL or whatever. He's just average Joe Schmuckatelli, so that's cool. Kate Beckinsale. Bob says he still looks stunning. Bob's a gray fox, ladies and gentlemen. Bob just called himself out as gray fox. When she was younger, when she did the movie Gia, and when she was in Hackers, Angelina Jolie, I really dug her. And then as she's gotten older, not so much. I don't know what it is. Something with her face. I don't know. Like I don't know. Kind of reminds me of Silly Putty. Margot Robbie. Yeah, Wolf of Wall Street, and when she was first Harley Quinn, and then she's starting to age, and I don't know. One that's kind of stayed hot, even though she's weird, like definitely super liberal, is Jamie Lee Curtis. That's another one. Gal Gadot, I can't do. She looks like a fucking squirrel to me. She's way too small and a squirrel, and she can't act to save her ass. She's got a jaw like maniac cop. That is awesome, Rebel. Ball to the ball, the dang, diggy, diggy. Alexandra Alexandra Daddio or whatever her name is, the Dario. I don't. The only thing she's got is really big boobs. That's about it. Like all I see is boobs. That's all I see when it comes to her. Unfortunately, I think it's the preamble to Blue Moon. Bob, ball to the ball, dang, dang, diggy, 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 dang. Blue Moon. I thought I saw you standing alone without a beat in your heart. Christina Applegate back in the day was pretty hot. Yeah, exactly. Like Angelina Jolie, I thought she was hot when she was younger. And then the older she gets, I don't know. She's kind of nuts too. Like that's the other part of it. Maybe it's the crazy. Like you can kind of see it in the eyes too. Like it just there's crazy there. Like when she's dating Billy Bob Thornton, just crazy. But yeah, that's just it. We're still like, granted, we're getting a little bit more modern with it. Oh, yeah. It's also you're right. It's also ball with the ball is also Kid Rock, dude. Billy Bob. I mean, look. Word on the streets is during the filming of Monsters Ball, which Holly Berry took home the Academy Award for Best Actress for, and it is a pretty shit movie, except for the sex scene in that movie. And that sex scene looked pretty real to me. I'm just going to say that now. And Billy Bob Thornton definitely was that guy for a minute there. Like low key Hollywood, definitely sleeping with a lot of debutantes. So just going to say it. Yeah, Kid Rock. Like I said, it, ball with the ball, Kid Rock song, right? But Blue Moon. As a matter of fact, what is the? There's one song, Eric Clapton, and they break into Blue Moon. Like if you actually listen to it. Now, I mean, supposedly it was actually a real scene. Like, didn't possibly slip it in. Like, definitely did. I can't look at Jennifer Lawrence ever since the fappening of 2012 or whatever it was when, yeah, her personal videos leaked and I saw them and I was like, oh, I can't ever look at her the same way again. Lupita Nyong from what's that movie? Oh, Jordan Peele. What is that movie? Them, I think it's called. She was in that. She's kind of weird. The chick who plays Michonne on Walking Dead. She's hot. She's also in Black Panther. I can't ever remember her name. Don't ask me to pronounce it, even if I remember it, because I can't remember. Emma Watson, I see as a little girl. Even now, I still just see her as a little girl because of Harry Potter movies. Dr. Jordan Peelson. That's the twist ending to every one of his movies. Erica Atlantic, she was all right. She was okay. Yeah, I'm just kind of at a loss. All right, let's start off blood red. Or no, let's get the big shit out of the way, I guess. We just need blue. Most of the Baywatch, well, I mean, yeah, because we saw them in swimsuits on like a pretty consistent basis. So it's like you kind of have that shit ingrained in your head. Yeah, I mean, kind of not really. Monica Bellucci. Yeah. Yeah. What was the name of that one movie? Reverse. Dear Lord, where it's all in French. Gigi Hadid. Yeah, no, I'll pass. Um, Eva Mendes. She kind of, I don't know. Yeah, Zaladana or whatever. Zaldana. We already mentioned her. She's hot. She's definitely pretty. But yeah, you're just kind of going to the weeds. I mean, we go back in time. It's just the stunners. Like I said, Holly Berry. That's a stunner. That's one that everybody like. If Holly Berry were to walk in a room, everybody would stop and notice her. Like it's just, yeah. I mean, I guess it's an individual preference, but I mean, there are certain things that everybody agrees on. Like, for example, you say Gail Godot, Gal Gadot. Some people are going to be like, yeah. Some people are going to be like, no. You say Linda Carter, everybody's like, oh hell yeah. You say Daisy Duke back in the day on Dukes of Hazard, everybody's like, oh hell yeah. Like there's no debate over it, you know. Like I said, even Pam Anderson is like young or old. Some people are like, oh, the older version. Some people are like the younger version. But still, it's pretty much universally a hell yeah. Karen Gillian is one that is actually pretty hot. She's actually pretty hot. We got a yay, or do we got like a mix on that? Like, I don't know. Cow, cow dildo. Oh shit. Yes, Jacqueline Smith is classic. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all, Bob. She is a classic. It's like Bridget Bardot or Marilyn Monroe, of course. Marilyn Monroe is plus size, and she is still hot. Just something about her. Like I think Beans kind of nailed out when she said, even though she's not, I don't know, there's something about her I don't like. But Scarlett Johansson, like most people are like, hell yeah. I'm just like, eh. Same thing with like, what's her name? Elizabeth Olsen is another one where there's some guys that are like, oh yeah. And I'm just like, I don't know. She kind of looks like an alien in the face to me. I don't know what it is. Not not like any of the people that we've named. Even if I were in my prime and single, I would ever have a shot with. Like, or would even buy me a cup of coffee or a time of day. So, who the fuck am I to judge? But then again, I'm also not a celebrity basing my looks off of it. Oh, damn, Sheree, that's cold right there. Jackie O, she was hot. Melania Trump, she's hot. That's uh, that's a hard fight. That's a hard choice. No, you don't have to say Pam Anderson. Like, look, anybody as they get old, or older, you're going to lose your looks. That's just the way it goes. Look, nature is what nature is. Um, guys, we go bald, get hair in like our ears. Get the what I like to call the dad bod. Well, actually, I like to call it a father figure, but you know, you start getting a gut, stuff like this. No matter how much you work on your abs, you're going to get a gut. Women, they hit menopause, and it's a wild card. They either get super skinny, like skeletal, a lot of times, or they just blow up like a balloon. And either way, they can't help it. It's just nature taking its course. Cindy Crawford was amazing. Dear Lord, she was stunning. And by all rights, I think she might still be pretty hot. I haven't seen her in a while, but I'm sure she's probably still pretty hot. Brooke Shields was like that when she was young. She was hot as hell too. Yeah, there was just a something classic about her. Yeah, I guess beans, but honestly, I if you made it through and neither of those things happened to you, I guess you just got good genes. Even if you're taking care of yourself, sometimes there's no fight in your genetics. Same reason why some guys are bald. It's all genetic. And I believe that shit comes from the mother side of the family too. Some stuff's genetics. What's that? Something just fell off my desk and hit me right in the foot. That's just it. As you get older, shit shouldn't matter to you as much, or it doesn't matter to you as much. You don't have those problems yet? Yeah, I mean, I got minor issues, but they're minor. Still got most of my hair. I'm rocking like the five head up front, but I got the ponytail down to like middle of my back. So I still got hair. Nice, Bob. Nice. 61 and stunning. Levi's 501. Shut the fuck up, jeans. Yeah, I definitely, when I shave my beard off, it definitely drops like 10 years from my age. As a matter of fact, when I was working Frogzilla, because Frogzilla looks much younger without his beard. And I asked him, like, yo, why do you, like, why don't you shave it? You look younger. And he's like, why don't you grow it? He's like, look at our clientele. We're dealing with a bunch of old people. And he wasn't wrong. It's basically like a retirement place right next to us. And he's like, people don't take you as serious because they think you're young. And you know what I mean? I thought about it, and then ended up letting my beard grow out. It's Frogzilla's fault I got a beard. And I was just like, you know what? Much easier to not have to shave 90% of my face anymore. As long as I maintain it, I'm good. I'm good money. I don't own a set of jeans. I have jeans from, I'm gonna say, God, 2005. I think was the last time I bought a set of jeans. I have no need for them anymore. I would either wear my cargo pants when I was working. It was always like khakis or dress blacks. Like dress black slacks. You know. So it's just I don't have jeans anymore. I haven't had jeans in a long ass time. But if I buy another set of jeans, it'll be American Eagles because I want to be just like the chick in that commercial. Yep. Nothing wrong with those. Nothing wrong with them stranded. That's probably the smartest move. You don't need anything fucking fancy. I remember we had the whole conversation about bougie. Like, what do you guys consider bougie? Because you can go buy jeans that are like $500-600 a pair nowadays. You want bougie? I hate skinny jeans too. I don't know how any self respecting dude wears skinny jeans. I don't understand it. I'll never understand skinny jeans. Oh, that sucks, Steve. Yeah. Yeah, no way. Yeah, it's one of those things. I never was big on clothes. Never was big on clothes. To me, it was like, oh, well, clothes make the man. Well, I guess I'm more of an ass kicker then because I need shit that can get fucked up on the regular. I can understand if you're an executive at a company why you would want like Armani suits or something like this. That's where you need to make the fashion statement, but you're also making the paycheck to afford that fashion. You had elephant ear jeans. Nice. Yeah, I never was that big on fashions. One of these days, I'll have to show it off. My wife is selling like nail sets or something like this on the side. I'll have to show you guys the artwork she does on those things. It's crazy. I don't know how the hell she does it. I'm not gonna lie. She's really good at it. A Two Face? Two Face could be cool. I'd have to find the right model. Or I would definitely, for a Two Face, I would definitely have to find the right model for that one. I don't know if I would go with the Dark Knight version or the cartoon version for it, though. I think I would prefer to find the cartoon version because that one was always a little bit creepier and scarier to me, the way he was done. Yeah, very cool, Steve. Yeah, see, I'm the same way. Like, give me a t shirt, give me my cargo pants, go running around, doesn't matter what the hell I'm getting into. I've got those extra pockets, so if I'm working on something like repairing a door, cutting the grass, whatever, I got all the different pockets. I got my cell phone in one, got my cigarettes in the other, tools hanging here, there, everywhere. Yep, and my hoodies. Speaking of which, I don't know, did I ever show you that? I think I showed you that, Beans, because you're big on hoodies, right? I got the wife actually ordered it, and it's like 5X or something like this because that shit came over from Japan. But I have the Mihawk from One Piece hoodie. Shit is badass. It's like this purple satin with like all this. It's crazy looking. Stranded, you know what? I think you got a point because when I was younger, I would wear no underwear or boxers and have my jeans loose as shit because it would be uncomfortable. Like I was always uncomfortable otherwise. So you might be right. You might actually have a goddamn point there. Yeah, no, I mean dresses, skirts, and stuff like that. My one daughter-in-law, she wears like dresses all the time, like like sundresses and stuff like that. But yeah, not to like Walmart or something. Hell yeah! I used to. I didn't give a shit when I was younger. I'd be in the middle of a party and like walk around with. Well, I'll leave that to your imagination. I just didn't give a fuck when I was younger. Really didn't give a fuck. Now I'd be like, nobody wants to see that shit. Put it away. What the fuck's wrong with you, young man? Yeah, nowadays, most of my basic like pants wear are all Taiwanese fisherman pants. And like they're amazing. They're like they feel like light like pajamas. They're durable like jeans. You can adjust the waist anytime. So like come in here soon. As soon as we hit September, October, I'm gonna start putting on weight again. Like I'll pick up 10 to 15 pounds. Happens every winter, and I can just adjust them, so I don't have to go get new clothes. Hey dudes, what the fuck are hey dudes? Is that what horses eat? Oh no, Adidas. What are you, a Russian gangster? Fucking tracksuits. I was never. I can't say that. Tracksuit bottoms I've worn, just not the tops. I don't even know how the hell we got on the topic of fashion. I have no fashion sense. You started to think Six was a famous drummer in a metal band? That would be awesome. I mean, you do have Nikki Six, but that's in Motley Crue, right? Nikki Six, Motley Crue. I know it was Tommy Lee was their drummer, but yeah, Nikki Six I think was Motley Crue. That's the only Six I know of, like metal band fame. They're called A homes, not hey dudes. So dear Lord. So what do we got going on, guys? I did put news in the title, right? I think. Of course I did. Well, actually, that's one. Definitely got to go over that one now that I'm reading it in the goddamn title. So, marijuana. Marijuana is looks like they are declassifying it from a Schedule 5 to a Schedule 3. This means it will be open now to medical research to see what kind of medicinal purposes it can be used for, stuff like this, um, everything else. All it will take is Pam Bondi to sign off on it, and I can't remember who the other one is. I want to say, I want to say maybe Kennedy might have to sign off of it. I know it's two of them though. I think it's whoever's head of the FDA and DOJ. And if they reschedule that shit, I'm going to tell you guys now, start buying stock because it's going to go through the roof. Like it's pretty much game mode. Like it's not full on legalization, but it'll change the game. It'll change the game in a way where it's a good step towards decriminalization. It won't be for recreational use, but probably all 50 states at that point will end up getting medicinal passed. Yeah, I agree, Beans. Look, I'm 100% with you. But like I said, I've always been of this mind. Well, no, I can't say I've always been of this mind. I've been of this mind as an adult, right? That it still needs to be regulated in a way, same way alcohol is. You won't give a 4-year-old alcohol, right? Same thing with weed. Um, so it needs to be regulated in some kind of way. But if the government is moving in this direction, and if they don't change it, Trump can do it by executive order, which I'm not going to lie, the fact that he listens to his base and everything else, and most people are kind of for it nowadays, I can definitely see him pulling some shit like this, especially if, something like Epstein files pop up again, right? Where he needs to cover up something. But supposedly they're changing the scheduling anyway from 5 to 3, mainly for medicinal research purposes, what have you. The stock, any of those companies that grow it and all that kind of shit, start investing in them because their stocks will probably double soon. Just going to let you guys know. Get the old Coke back with real Coke in it. They're putting sugar back in Coke, which is fucking awesome. Not going to have that chemical taste anymore. It's going to be like Mexican Coke without people peeing in it. Like, it'll be fantastic. But yeah, if they change the scheduling on weed, that is it's a step closer to legalization. And states that are archaic, like mine, they're going to have to figure that shit out on the fly and fast because that's going to hit them right in the face. There you go. Good shit, Steve. That's funny. Yeah, speaking of stocks, they are introducing in Congress a bill. It's called the Pelosi Act. And Congress people and their spouses are no longer going to be able to individually invest in the stock market. I think they have to put it in, I think it's going to be worded where they have to put it basically into a blind holding company that's going to do investment for them. But they're legit calling it the Pelosi Act. And people are like having a fit. Like liberals are like, oh, because she's hot button topic. No, because she's got a better trading record than Warren Buffett, for fuck's sake. That's why. Like, you're going to tell me it's just magical that, her husband switches up his investments a day before you pass a bill into law on something that the American public doesn't know about. So I thought that was crazy too. They're actually doing they're passing an act called the Pelosi Act, or trying to. Not like it'll hurt Nancy Pelosi. She already made all her money. Yep, that's something else that happened today. Yeah, Ted Cruz apparently immediately offered his hand to help pick her up, but she started to sit down and fell down, knocked the desk over. Good old Pocahontas, like fell right on her ass, knocked the desk over and everything else. And then the first person to actually try and help her up was Ted Cruz. And people are like, it was a bipartisan act. It's like, no, that's just he's not a piece of shit, like a total piece of shit. He was just like, oh my God, you fell down. Here, let me help you, human being. Like, what was he supposed to do? Like, point and laugh? Like, like, what are we talking about here? Like, I'm not gonna lie, I probably would have pointed and laughed and been like, but not Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz, like, oh my goodness, you fell down. But yeah, it was kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. She just like fell back through a desk and knocked the desk completely over too. You're so sick of all these people. Well, here's the sad part. I'm gonna say this again. Okay, so you got 2028 coming up. Now, granted, a little bit early to start looking at that shit. Which of course, I'm gonna warn you guys now. Pretty sure Kamala is gonna try and run for it again because she announced she is not going to run for governor of California. And, the next announcement that she put out, I was like, oh shit, here we go. What is she announcing? She announces that she has a book that's coming out right before Corinne Jean Pierre's about her. It's called like 107 or something, like it's 107 days. And it's about her getting the nomination, everything that happened during the campaign, which is like, should be like a 2-page pamphlet that just said, yeah, I sucked and failed and blew out $1.5 billion to get losing an election. End of story. Um, so that's just it, stranded. I think I don't know. I would think that it may fail, but I'll tell you now, the people that vote against it, it's a catch 22. Like, oh, you're going to vote against this bill. Well, apparently we know you're a piece of shit, so you're going to get primaried next time. But I don't know if it's a Trump edict, like it's one of his. He was talking about it. So usually when Trump talks about something like that, means that he put his seal of approval on it and fall in line kind of shit. So you never know. You never know. I'm sure Thomas Massey's going to sign on to it. You're going to have Democrats like, I'm not going to lie. You'll have Bernie. Well, no, he's a senator. He'll vote for it in the Senate, but you'll have like AOC in the squad. They'll 110% be voting for that shit. They'll vote in the positive on that one. I think you're going to see alignments between Democrats and Republicans, and you're going to know they're the ones that don't like game the system like that. Mostly the younger ones. The older ones have either made their money from insider trading or, what have you. The younger ones don't even know how to play the fucking stock market yet. So you're going to see that happen. And you're definitely going to see some Republicans that are going to disappoint the shit out of people with that act. Yeah. Yeah. Beans telling you about joint health. There's no fixing my joints unless I want to put in a spinal ladder. Some shit you can't fix just by eating better or working out. Doesn't work that way. Some stuff you can fix, honestly. Try yoga. If you don't have some kind of like permanent damage to your system, try yoga. Yoga and eating a certain way will kind of help. But yeah, if you've got something like, oh yeah, guy hit me head on 65 miles an hour, put my engine on my lap. Yeah, you can't just fix that by like eating a good meal. If you could, I'd be eating. Well, no, I already eat good meals, but I'd definitely be eating that diet every day of my life. Some stuff you just can't fix. But I also refuse to go on pharmaceuticals for it too. I tried gabapentin. and the dosage they had on to reduce the neuropathy, radiculopathy, or whatever down my arm. Yeah, no. I was a total space cadet. I hated it. Rebel, I agree with that statement, and I endorse it 100%. I think that is the healthiest eating I ever do. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What? Billy Car? Where did you see this at, Steve? That is some man on the street shit right there that I need to hear because I am going to about to be laughing my goddamn ass off. Like the only way that could get any better is if his wife comes out and is like he's a total fraud and this is how he's playing everybody. Like not going to lie at all. Holy shit! And who's Billy Carson? Billy Carson. He basically. All right. So there's a guy named Zachariah Stitchin. Is it Stitchin or Sitchin? Can't remember. Anyway, he translated ancient tablets, and supposedly they tell the story of the Anunnaki. And the thing is that he taught himself how to translate these tablets and everything else. Well, Billy Carson pulled this shit where he was saying, basically Christianity is a fraud and all this kind of stuff. And look, the Bible, you guys are reading your Bible wrong. This is really what happened with Jesus and all this kind of shit. And then he got into a debate with, and shout out to Danny Boss. Don't know where he's been. Hope he's all right and everything's good. He's probably got locked up over in the UK for doing some shit. Probably for yelling at people on the street while walking his dog. But shout out to Danny Boss. Anyway, Billy Carson gets into a debate with this guy named Wes Huff, and Wes Huff made him look like a complete asshole, completely shut down every argument that he had. Billy Carson would cite something like the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. They're completely fictitious, made up bullshit, and like called him out on it. Like it was just amazing. Like, but this guy has been grifting and grifting and grifting and grifting, and now his wife leaves him. Like, couldn't happen to a nicer guy, in my opinion. Yeah, coconut water is that's that is it like an liquid IV. It's good stuff. Don't drink too much of it. Like matter of fact, I am thirsty as shit. This fucking mild fever is killing me. Mild fever in this heat. It's the only problem with streaming. My one ear, it's almost like swimmer's ear. Actually, it really is swimmer's ear. From wearing headphones all the time in the sweat. And like I said, my one ear gets infected. Back before I had my top row of teeth ripped out, my teeth would start hurting real bad. And for a while, I was like, damn, I must have a new cavity. I must have this, must have that. And it turned out it's just pressure from the under ear going through my jaw. And so now I don't recognize it as much. And because I don't recognize it as much, that fucking infection went right to my damn lymph node. So I'm like, oh, come on and clear. There's no wax in my ears. They get flushed constantly. Oh, that's not the problem. I wish it was just wax in the ear or wax impaction. God damn, that would be so easy. Nah, it's craziness. Yes, Yeah, and him taking down that's really what put the spotlight on Wes Huff. I had never heard of him up until that point. He just like it, and the worst part was Billy Carson, like the guy that Wes Huff and them, they were both on the same podcast with him. He um he was like really good friends with Billy Carson. Billy Carson went home and came back at like 3 o'clock in the morning, smashing on this dude's door, ringing his doorbell, everything else, scared the guy's kid, like trying to get the tapes because he's like, you can't show off that interview. You can't show off that interview, that debate or whatever. And the guy sat on it for a while. And then Billy Carson basically hand wrote a letter saying it was from a lawyer and that he was going to sue him if he didn't give him the original copies of the tape. So the dude published the entire debate. Yep. A little bit of sweet oil helps. I use peroxide and honestly, 91% isopropyl alcohol because it evaporates and gets the water out of there. Like I said, I let it sit for too long. It's doing those 12-hour sessions with Smurf, like us playing games, me, David, me, and Smurf, playing the games or whatever with the headset on. This sweat literally does it to me. And because I have the headset on, it basically is like a suction cup. It's holding it in. And yeah, like I said, let it go too long, infection. Yeah, I mean, look, while Carson did break down to an extent, he came out, he was calling people, all kinds of names. Like he went on the internet, went all hardcore on different people, all this stuff, talking mad smack. And then he partnered up with what's that dude's name? One plus one, or one plus one equals, or no, one times one equals two. What the hell's that guy's name? Terrence Howard. They did like a couple podcasts together. He does like all kinds of ancient alien shit. But like I said, it's fine if you want to investigate woo woo like that. I have no problem with that. I like that. But don't tell everybody you've got some kind of esoteric knowledge that no one else has unless you got hard evidence for it. And he was presenting evidence, but then when somebody with a modicum of intelligence when it came to Christianity, for example, in this case, was able to come forward and just immediately shoot down 90% of your sources in a matter of seconds. You didn't really research it that hard. At that point, you're proving that you're just running off a grift. I can't stand it. I don't like fucking grifters. Like, it's fine if you're a grifter and you come out and say, yeah, I'm a grifter, right? I use clickbait titles in my YouTube videos. I talk about stuff that's woo woo and get you to believe it because I'm making money off you. Okay, you come out and say that. Well, I can respect it. You're being honest. Like, okay, this shit you're saying is woo woo, but you're doing it basically at that point for entertainment purposes and to make a buck. I can respect it. Don't tell me that you know something that nobody else on the planet knows. The resources are right there. Oh, well, if you read it this way, well, yeah, if I read it upside down and backwards, maybe I can find the answer to life. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Oh, no, he lost, like, not, I'm going to say he lost, I think it was 75% of his viewership, Steve. 75% of the viewers either, like, his channel was like quadruple the size. It's a quarter of the size that it once was. And half the people that stayed are there to break his balls. Like, think about how people hate watch Timcast. Same kind of thing. Call him a grifter. Call him like, you're full of shit. Like, whole nine yards. Yeah, see, like that Dr. Umar stuff is. I think ABL was talking about that last night. I don't even know who the hell that is. He's not even on my radar. Oh yeah, dude, it was bad. Like he threatened to sue Wes Huff. Threatened to sue the guy with the podcast. Like I mean, it killed him. Like it legitimately, he had so much momentum because Billy Carson went on Joe Rogan and was putting up all these different arguments and stuff, and nobody countered him. That's why when he got countered out, like even Rogan said to Wes Huff, he was like, "Yeah, he's a nice guy and everything." I didn't completely buy everything he was selling, but he was a nice guy and he was nice to me when he was here. But that's just it. Like people were watching him because he's not a dumb man, right? Like that's the whole thing with Billy Carson. He's not stupid. He's like Harvard educated. He's not a stupid man. But the shit he was going on about, soon as somebody poked a hole in, like soon as Wes Hop started poking one hole, it all fell down. And then, like with most people, you could tell Billy Carson doesn't debate people that are like seriously knowledgeable about what they're talking. So with Wes Huff, he was citing like page and verse. Oh, you're talking about this. Okay, that's an apocryphal text, and this is what was in that text, and blah, 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 blah. Like, knew it like the back of his hand. And so anything that Billy Carson threw out there, oh, well, the Emerald Tablets of Thoth let us know that. And he's like, no, like he would let Billy Carson finish what he was saying and then come back and go, you're talking about these Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Okay, can you show me one of them? Can you show me transcription from it? Can you show me a rubbing of it? Anything. Because one person said that these things existed and this is what it said. And it was one person. And then when he was pressed on it, it was, well, my buddy actually saw them and told me what they said. And then it got worse and worse from there. He's like, and it's never been, they're fictitious. Like he basically made them up. Do you have a counterpoint to this? Have you seen something that I haven't seen? And Billy Carson was just like, no, you're right. Like it was brutal. Wait, wait. Rebel. Is he really not wearing the beanie anymore? Is that actually a thing? Like he quit, he stopped the beanie? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of his trademark. I was dead laughing when somebody said, you look like one of the kids from South Park or something like that, or you look like a South Park character. That had me dead. All right, let's get into the one part that I will be screwing up a lot and hope I've got the right strain of brush for this. Painting over the red with white is going to be a bitch. Yeah, well, I mean, that's just it. Of course, they've got to base it in ancient stuff and ancient woo woo. You, you're right, Steve. The whole thing is, if you said, "Oh yeah, this is some shit that somebody came up with last week," or something like this, and it doesn't relate to something ancient, then how are you beating out stuff like the Bible, the Quran, um, whatever the Jewish holy book is? I can't remember off the top of my head, but how are you? Like you're talking about like going up against ancient religions. How's that possible? Damn. green will go right over the red and mix it in. Just trying not to get this on his face till after I paint the lips and shit on there. The Torah, thank you, Beans. I like I said, I know it and can't think of it. I hate it when that shit happens. Having too many brain farts. Maybe I'm getting old, guys. Maybe it's time to hang it up and just live a quiet life of playing nerd games by myself in a dark room. Painting little goofy models. Nah. Shit sounds boring to me. Might as well go till the wheels fall off. My mouth stops working or my hands stop working. And you guys can just laugh at how stupid I am. Can't believe I couldn't remember Salma Hayek's name. That's going to drive me nuts. It's the Talmud. Have a good night, Eugene. Get some new music out, buddy. Get to rocking, bud. Sheree just like AI fucking nails that shit out. Like, Siri, please post all the links. Posting all the links, Sheree. Like, god damn. She's our robo mod. Shout out to Sheree, greatest mods on these internets. Shout out to Stranded Lifeform, who's still in the chat, but we're going to shout her out anyway, just because, I'm used to doing it. Actually, shout out to all you guys for being here. You guys are amazing. Shit, I wrote down other shit that happened this week. What else happened? I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna take the teetotal shit out of ABL for having, oof, way low information on a lot of subjects, but I think I'm gonna skip that because I don't need to be a complete dick, do I, guys? I can just wish him well, wish him the best, and stop watching his shit. There's no reason to sit on the internet and bitch about people. Um, it, Here's one thing with that Ohio brawl. Apparently, the FBI and the DOJ have taken an interest in it and have launched an investigation. And they are giving a 1 month timeline for more resulting arrests for people that were there, or else they are going to cut funding to Cincinnati. Yeah, I was getting pissed last night. I'm not gonna lie, Steve. But like I said, you know what? Why get worked up over it? Dude's doing his thing on the internet. Can't fault him for it. And as they say, if you don't have anything nice to say, just shut your fucking hole. So I think I'll take my own advice and just shut up about it. No reason to be a total douche about it. Shit, I think I just fucking. No, that actually does work in there. Thought I missed. I like this little remote, but it keeps turning off. I missed right in there, but it works. Like right here. I'm a little afraid of it. Especially when I start working in the muscle tissue. Yeah, I know. I'm not going to get too deep into it, Steve. Like I said, I'm not going to go the hell off. But that's just it. He asked, like, did anybody know? Does anybody know? I typed it in chat 4 times. This is what happened. And allegedly, the white guy called one of them the N word or some kind of racial slur. But he told the guy to chill out, and then like put his hand up, and it was between him and one guy, and then that one dude started hitting him. He never got a shot off, and then they just started just jumping the shit. They jumped him and beat the shit out of him. Yeah, but nobody in the chat told ABL anything. All right, that's that bullshit. It's not like if you're asking people in the chat. If I sit here and say to you guys, "What's the name of the chick from the jeans commercial?" and you guys all like you got two of you are typing it, I'm gonna catch it and be like, read through it and go, Sydney Sweeney, is that really her name? And then other people are gonna be like, yes or no. I'm not going to sit there and tell you, oh, nobody in the chat can tell me their name because I'm actually reading the fucking chat when I tell you to that, like type it in the chat. Now, if I had a microphone, I'd go off. They hit the woman because the woman was supposedly like, I guess, like, please stop hitting them, that kind of thing. Like she was defending the guy. And at first it was the chicks hitting the girl, the one girl, like, because you can see one of them. And then that dude walked up and teed off on her. And that was the one that I was like, yo, you could have killed somebody with that shot. Like, it's shit like that, guys. I mean, it goes back to when it first happened. Rebel and I think Steve were telling me about it. I hadn't seen the video yet or whatever. And I was like, yep. And that's why you got to be careful and all this stuff. I'll still hold to that. But at the same point in time, I'm telling you now, if I'm going to get rat pack like that, because that's what we used to call it, was a rat pack back in the day. And we have them all happen all the time in Philly. And it wouldn't be just black people beating up a white person. It would be a bunch of white guys beating up a black guy too. It wouldn't matter what your color was. If you said something and got smart at the mouth, then, and there was a group of guys, they're probably going to mud stomp you just like that. Seen it. I've seen it personally at least a dozen times. But the first thing, again, the woman should have gotten the fuck out of there as far away from it as possible and called the police. Right? I've told my wife this. I start getting in a fight with a dude. I start getting in a fight with 4 guys, 5 guys, whatever. You get the fuck clear because I can't go full on ballistic savage on anybody if I'm worried about you the entire time. If I'm worried about you getting hit, you're going to get me fucked up worse. So you may be thinking you're going to help, but you're going to get me fucked up because I'm always going to have one eye making sure that you're okay. So you get clear. So to me, that's the first part of that mistake, right? But at the same point in time, again, if there's a rat pack going on, guy's getting his ass kicked, and a girl stepped up or whatever, nobody would have put a hand on her. As a matter of fact, everybody probably would have stopped kicking his ass and been like, yo, she got him. Leave it. Nobody would have put their hands on a woman like that. And if they did, all the guys that were throwing the beat down would have beat the shit out of that one guy. Like, would have hospitalized him. He would have gotten a worse beat down than the guy that was on the ground getting beat down. Oh, Jesus. See, like, man, I hope that's not the case. Like, I'm dead serious. I really hope that ain't the case. I mean, I'm not doubting your reporting there, Steve, but I'm not going to lie. I really hope that's not the case. And if it was, again, the women get clear. You get clear. Clear. Let your husband take the whooping or throw that whooping. You call the police, whatever. You want to stand back and hurl beer bottles from like, down the block? Fine. Get fucking clear. Because worst case, say that guy started beating up and I know he's overwhelming odds. He didn't have a shot at it. But let's say he did. And he starts beating people up. You come up and you try to stop him and he backswings and like you hook your own wife with your elbow or something. Man, you're going to feel terrible. Or even worse, she gets knocked out next to you. Now that's licensed like that. That'll turn a guy from somebody who's brawling it out to somebody who is going fatal on people. Because if that had been my wife and I saw that, I could have had the shit knocked out of me. At that point, I'm going to like start aiming for throats, eyes, balls, whatever I can get a hold of. Break bones, bite through things, whatever. Claw, beg, scrape, scratch, and do whatever to end your life. Like, that's where I'm at with it. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong there, Steve, right? Right? You're not wrong. But the whole problem, okay, so this goes back to what what else really pissed me off last night. I can't comment on it. I can't comment on it. Oh, here's a video of the cop from that situation, and now I'm going to comment on it. Pick a lane. Either shut your fucking cake hole or comment on something. Don't you're half in, half out at that point, and then you're going to go off about, well, shit like that happens at bars all the time, and I don't go to bars like that. But if somebody threw gasoline at me like that, I'd punch him right in the jaw and knock him out. I'd outlift Eric Swalwell. Oh, look, he's only doing like 135. Dude, if you're sitting there benching 200 pounds, you put 200 pounds on a bar, and that is your standard. And you're doing reps of 10 reps of 10, which is what you're supposed to do when you're bench pressing, right? That's the way I was always taught. And you're doing it with 200 pounds, you better be a bulky son of a bitch. And I can guarantee you now, I used to do that shit when I was in high school. Man, you didn't do nothing except for run home to your mama with the big bullies and the hoodlums and everybody else kicking the shit out of you the whole way with your nerdy glasses on. $5 says you were like, Mama, they kicking my ass again. And Bob said that last night too. You're goddamn right, Bob. Nothing good happens after 2 a.m. Look, I'm not gonna lie. I've seen brawls like that happen. I've definitely been involved in brawls like that happening. I've gotten jumped by 4 guys like that before. Not 30 guys, but definitely 4 and 1. Now, granted, it was bleeding out my eye, my ear. It friggin' pretty sure I broke something inside my brain, but not gonna lie, it sucks. But I definitely would have got my wife clear. I'd have been like, as soon as some kind of shit like that started, I would have been like, get the fuck out of here and call the police now. First words out of my mouth. Like, I would have looked around me and been like, oh, I'm getting fucked up. Call the police now. Sweetheart, get in the car, drive. Anybody gets in the way, you just run them over. Sweetheart, get the hell out of here. And I'm not going to lie. I know my wife. She'd be like, I'm not leaving here to get the shit beat out of you. I'd be like, get the fuck. Like, I would give her the look. Same way she gives me that look, I would give her that look. Get the fuck clear. Like Rebel said, Rebel was like, hey, look, fuck around, find out, right? Okay, cool. I can respect that. I get that. That's what Rebel said at the time, right? I was like, I can respect that. I get that. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't tell me you're going to talk and not talk about something, not comment on something because you don't know about it, and then show video and comment on it. Like, bro, what do you? Ugh. You kick one right in the nuts and he threw up, right, Bob? Why is he against big backs? Well, because he's stunning. He's an Adonis. That's why. Oh no, I've seen brawl like. Granted, I didn't participate in one that was that big of a beatdown, like ever. Um, but I have definitely like, yeah, if somebody's on the ground, if for the most part, you and they're fucked up pretty good, you stop hitting them because you don't want to kill them, right? But I've definitely seen shit like that go down, like that video in particular. I've been on the other side of it and working the DJ booth and having my buddy Randy and I, like Randy was 7 foot tall. I think I've talked about him before, right? Randy was working the door. We had this one night where all the college kids came home and like anybody that had some kind of beef with another person, like got into a fight. We must have had 7 fights in the bar that night, including one where half the bar went after the other half of the bar. And Randy, myself, the owner Bruce, the other owner Brad, and the bartender Tommy were throwing people left, right, front, and center, breaking that shit up. Like it was bad. But yeah, like the whole big back thing, I don't understand. I don't get that myself. Beans. I don't know why he always says it. I mean, I guess that's like that's his ultimate insult. I don't know. Oh yeah, you're not wrong. Beans, you're not wrong, but I'm going to tell you what. The one dude that knocked that lady out, he wasn't filled with anger. He walked up and just like he teed up. Like if you watch his hand, you watch like he winds up. He wasn't like pissed in the heat of the moment and like swung for somebody and hit her by accident. Like he teed up to knock her out. And he landed that shot clean. Cause I don't think she realized like he's actually gonna hit me. Like the way he connected, the way she fell, it was like I don't think she realized he was actually gonna hit her. Yeah, and you're not wrong, Reb. You're not wrong. That's the whole thing. Like the one thing that kind of gave me hope for a second there, like there's a hope spot in there. The one guy goes in to kick him and he's covered up and he kind of grabs the guy's leg. Now, I will tell you guys now, this is this is not fighting advice or legal advice or anything like this, and I'm not telling you to do this. I will tell you this though. If somebody goes to kick you and you are on the ground and they aim for your stomach or your face, if you can get your arms up and get around their leg, what you want to do is push on the back of the knee, allegedly. If you push on the back of the knee and pull the ankle the other way, they will fall forward. If you grab the ankle and twist it completely around, it will snap like twigs. Allegedly. I mean, not like that. I mean, not hooking off on them like that. Jesus Christ. So, quick GAM story. I don't know what year it is. I was working for Blockbuster. And I have a picture of me with the cut over my eye too, because it split my entire eyebrow. But there was a young man named Gam, and he was a store manager for a Blockbuster, and he got flown out to E3 by his video game rep. And at E3, he got to go to the Nintendo party, which was very executive, calm drinking, very quiet, everything else. He got invited to go to the Microsoft party, which was kind of cool. A little bit more drinking, nothing too crazy. But then on the second night, he got invited to the Sony party, which was off the goddamn chain in Los Angeles. And young man GAM may or may not have bet one of the reps that worked for the, video game vending company that he had to deal with that he could take a girl home with him, in particular, this girl with purple hair. And on one stage, there was the Foo Fighters, and on the other stage was Macy Gray playing with George Clinton, Parliament Funkadelic. And GAM made his move, and this girl was kind of receptive, and GAM drank and drank and drank and drank until he was pretty fucking drunk. Now, granted, at this point, GAM had a drinking, could handle his liquor for the most part, but he was still pretty hammered. So the girl wants to leave, so we leave the party. And we get away from the party, maybe 2 blocks away. And girl starts kissing GAM, and she gets this look on her face all of a sudden. GAM's like, what the fuck? And then feels somebody tap his shoulder and turns around and gets punched square in the eye, right above the eyebrow, split his entire eyebrow, knocks him flat on his ass, and he's stunned. And then the kick comes in. And, well, let's just say exactly what I said earlier, allegedly. GAM kind of grabs the kick because it hits him in the gut and he knows it's going to hurt. He hits that knee, guy goes down, and GAM snaps an ankle one way and then the other and then back the other way and jumps on top of the guy and pulls back his arm to hook off. And as his arm comes back, something grabs his arm. He starts to spin to throw another punch with the other hand at whoever's got a hold of his arm, and he gets slammed straight down to the concrete. A knee goes on his neck, and the cuffs go on his wrists. And the guy's laying there, starts howling. The cop's like, what's going on here? GAM says, I don't know. I was kissing this girl. Got that dude sucker punch me. Cop looks at the girl, says to the guy, who are you? Guy's screaming, my ankle, my ankle, my ankle. He says to the girl, who is that? She says, it's my boyfriend. Cop says to GAM, where are you from? I said, New Jersey. He takes the cuffs off and says, get the fuck back to New Jersey. And I went sprinting down the street, stumbling and bumbling, probably with a concussion, and fell to one knee, blood streaming down the side of my face. And these nice people walk up to me. And I'll never forget. They're like, oh my God, you're bleeding. The one girl gives me her handkerchief, starts dabbing reaches in her purse, grabs out a handkerchief, starts, puts it up against the blood and everything. Oh my God, you're cut and everything. They call me. They said, where are you staying? I'm staying at this place. Okay, cool. Hail a taxi for me. Put me in the taxi. Send me on my way. Say, hey, you have a good night. Thank you very much. Get back. Next day, I have meetings. I go to EA, see the new Need for Speed that's coming out. And then we walk into LucasArts, which I'm amped for. And out of nowhere, somebody comes walking up. Oh my God, it's you. Are you okay? And the rep's asking me what happened last night and everything. And I'm telling her. She's like, no way, that's crazy. Yeah, what happens? The lady who put me into, or hailed the cab for me and cleaned me up and everything, I was like, look, I kind of threw out your handkerchief because it was covered in blood. She's like, that's fine as long as you're all right. She turned out to be a rep for LucasArts. I couldn't make it up. And she told the rep everything she saw. She's like, yeah, I saw him get punched, all this other stuff, and the girl and the cop and all that. And I saw him go running down the street, and we ran after him to make sure he was okay. Thank God for LucasArts. Thank God for Star Wars. No, they cut me, dude. That cop, like, allegedly, this all allegedly. That cop figured it out. We figured it out right away too. Like when I sobered up a bit and was talking to my rep about it, we're like, "Oh yeah, you." They basically did the whole like she was a bait chick. They were supposed to knock. He was supposed to knock me out, and they were supposed to grab my wallet and run off with it. And yeah, yeah. Unfortunately for him, the ambulance showed up and took him away and everything. Well, that's what the Lucas Arts lady told us. It's like, yeah, that guy got carted away in an ambulance and all that. Yeah, it snapped his ankle. Like I said, I turned that thing till I heard snap, crackle, pop like it was a bowl of Rice Krispies, and then started twisting the other way and then back again as far as I could get it. We call that a bait box. But yeah, yeah, it's true fucking story. I still have the scar over my eyebrow to this day because I didn't go and get it stitched up and all that. I really should have, but it was hysterical because the next night my cousin lives in L.A. and he's half Japanese. He's actually like 6'4", right? Big dude. He worked the fire department for a little while. Then he was a personal. I think he was a personal trainer at this point in life. Like he left the fire department, was a personal trainer and training. I want to say to be something with sports medicine or some shit. But anyway, he like shows up and he's like, he saw me the day before, and I was like, oh, I got all these parties or whatever to go to tonight. And he's like, oh, that's awesome. Let me know how it goes. So he comes and sees me and he's just like, Jesus Christ, you're in LA for 2 days and couldn't help but get in a fight. Sounds like my cousin, all right. It, it would have been a good, it would have been a better story if fucking I'd never got hit. If I got out of the way of it, never got scratched, never got my ass beat. But no, no, that dude, like, I mean, he hit me. I've been knocked out before, and it was close to being knocked out. Like, I mean, I was kind of on Dream Street, but soon as I saw that kick come in, I just grabbed his leg and hooked that knee and boom, and just snap, snap, snap as hard as I could. Yep. Snatch and grab. That's correct. My God. So, like I said, if somebody's throwing a kick at you, as long as you're all right with absorbing the impact, because I'm not gonna lie, at that point, it was kind of that guy's mistake because me and Guido would spar all the time. Me and Bubba used to spar all the time too. Shit, I think that's when we were training with Joe, and yeah, yeah. Sometimes you got to just absorb the pain and do as much damage as possible. Same way, like if you can. I knew one dude. I think I've told you guys about this. There was one guy. His name was Mikey, and Mikey would take a bite out of people when he was fighting them. Like not Mike Tyson. This one kid, Mike, back in the day, he would like bite their shoulder, bite like if they he'd say somebody was wrestling with him, like bear hug or whatever. He'd just bite, like I mean, bite as hard as he could. The fucking little animal. But anything you like, if you're in dire straits, the eyes, the balls, the throat, knees, whatever you can jack and take out. What was real interesting was when I got back, um, the owner of the company like, what happened to your face? Oh, nothing. Got in a fight with a buddy of mine. I wasn't going to tell him I got in a fight in L.A. I'm supposed to be representing the company, and I'm getting shit faced at a Sony party. But I'll tell you what, The Foo Fighters were amazing. Actually, George Clinton and Macy Gray on the one stage were fucking unbelievable. Hey, Mikey, he likes it. Dude, Steve, that's great. His name wasn't really Mikey. We just, yeah, I mean, I definitely had friends like that too, where his name's Billy. Oh, is it? Well, wait. I thought your name was like Jim. Well, it is. Then why do they call you Billy? Because he looks like Billy Madison. He's got the educational level like Billy Madison, and it just sticks. Like the name just sticks for whatever reason. Yeah, that's just it though. That's I never like people that are like, yeah, I've been in a whole bunch of fights and I got no wounds. Like, motherfucker, I'm missing my knuckle. I've had I still have like a scar under my eye. Um I got I got cuts and bruises. Shit, when I first got married, I was like, something itches in my back. My wife's like, is that let me see. She's like, oh shit, let me get the tweezers. I'm like, what is it? She's like, shrapnel. I'm like, God damn it. Like she's like, yeah, it must have been under your skin for a while. It's pushing its way out. I'm like, is there a lot of it? She's like, there's at least 3 spots of it. I'm like, God damn it. Yeah, yeah, rocks out in the back. I remember when that happened. Fucking, I've definitely gotten the shit beat out of me. And you know what? There was only ever one time, one day, I had one girlfriend, one ex girlfriend, and she chased me through a house with a knife because we were having a fight. Like, no lie, in our underwear. And she was a small little Puerto Rican girl, and she chased me with this knife from one end of the house to the other, back to the other, back to the other. Where I finally turned around, she took a swing at me. I grabbed her by her elbows, like just above her elbows, picked her off the ground with her little feet kicking, opened the door like Barrett, who held her with one arm, opened the door, and set her down out in the snow and shut the door and locked it. And I was like, you can stay out there and freeze. But I never once thought about punching her in the face. Richard Cranium, nice. Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, like she was swinging at me like a mad woman. I never once it ever did it ever cross my head like, hey, you should just punch her in the face. So I completely don't I don't understand. Like that was the weakest part of all that shit was that dude just teeing off on that woman. Like he should get serious jail time. And they should beat the shit out of him in jail too, in my opinion. Just for being a dude who clips women like that. This was a butch chick in my defense. I've known women that can knock men out. Like, I understand why a guy might hook off, but yeah, I never once thought about it. Block like a mother, though. Tell you what. Damn, that's going to be a pain. I need some kind of. Let me see if I can find it. I thought I thought I set up a guide. Let me see if I can find. Okay, let's just go image browse. It's not a bad looking one. That one in. Let me see what other ones I've got in here. Yeah, fucking craziness. Oh yeah, his eyeball is definitely coming out. Sure, I like the size on that one. Lock him in. Lola Lola. Her name was Blair. You may call her Mrs. White. Good Lord. Creepy, creepy. Creepy paper. You know that song? You know what that. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. I think we all know what the song Lola is about, correct, guys? Give me 1 second. I gotta grab this water. So, Lola is about a guy that meets a quote unquote chick in a bar, and it's a tranny. It's a drag queen, right? You don't know the song Lola? Met her in a bar down in Oslo. Is it Oslo? I can't remember. Where they drink champagne and it tastes just like Coca Cola. COLA cola. In North Soho. I asked her her name and in a raspy voice she said Lola. Lola Lola. Lola Lola Lola. But anyway, if you it like Stranded said, it's clues all through the song. But what it turns out is this dude hooks up with a girl That's really a guy. And the whole thing is the dude in the band who wrote the song has come out and he explained it happened to his brother in real life, and his brother liked it. So they wrote the song Lola to make fun of him. Yeah, you've never, I can't believe you've never heard Lola. Girls will be boys and boys will be girls. It's a crazy mixed up world. And that's where shit, how does the song go? It's girls will be boys and boys will be girls. It's a crazy mixed up world. And so is Lola. Yeah, I pushed her away, got down on my knees. I always get it confused because Weird Al did a parody version of it, and it's called Yoda. I don't know if you've ever heard that one, but that song's fantastic. I met him in a swamp down in Dagobah where it bubbles all the time like a giant carbonated soda. SODA soda. I saw the little runt sitting there on a log. I asked him his name, and in a raspy voice he said Yoda. Yoda Yoda. Really? Dude, Ron DeSantis declaring Hulk Hogan Day. That is amazing. Yo, even like what's crazy about that is when Trump was doing the press thing or whatever today, where he was signing in because he brought back the president's phys ed list or whatever to schools. Like he brought it back and he signed it in, executive order, all that stuff. And he had a whole bunch of athletes there. He had Lawrence Taylor and all this, but he had Triple H standing next to him the entire time. It's going to be real easy. It's JD. Ron DeSantis is a good governor. I don't think he'd be president. Not when he wears clown shoes. I know what I am, and I am a man, and so is Lola. Yep. Yeah, exactly, Stranded. Yeah, exactly. That's just it. Guys, apologize if did something wrong, something like this. Never apologize to somebody that is just trying to cancel your ass. Never. Don't. Just don't do it. Steve, Jesus Christ. Dude, that's another news snippet. I don't know if you guys saw this one. Bibi Netanyahu, they did a poll, and his approval rating is negative 23% in America. And with people 30 and under, his approval rating is negative 53% from where it's at. Steve, Jesus Christ, dude. I think you got the message of the night. I don't give a shit what the little crown thing says. Yeah, I think you're the winner tonight at this point. BB can get the he can get it too. You know what? I see no flaw in that logic. I'll tell you what. You watch. Oh God, You watch, like I said, the guy's name's Angular, Anguilar, and I can't remember his first name. Maybe it's Tony Angular, but he's on Tucker Carlson, and he has a whole discussion with him. It's like I think it's 2 hours, maybe it's an hour, maybe two. But I watched it today, and I'll tell you what, you watch that, and if it doesn't make you feel some kind of way, whew, yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that, Steve. I wish I knew. I don't know. I honestly don't know what the deal is. I can't figure it out because I mean I'm just looking at it like I'm looking at things for what they are, and yeah, I don't get it either. You're not alone in that train of thought, brother, because it makes no sense to me. You know, the only thing I can say is I think I have done, even though it's just me talking smack to a handful of people, I have thrown my opinion out there and my voice out there, saying exactly what I'm opposed to. No hatred for any ethnicity or people. Just I'm opposed to this, and this is why, and this is what needs to be looked at. And yeah, I've definitely put my voice on record. So who knows? Maybe they'll eventually cancel me for that one. I don't know, but if that's what it is, and they would cancel me for telling the truth, the way I see it, and not just the way I see it, but objectively what the truth is, then you know what? You can eat a dick. That's where I'm. God damn it. That's where I'm at with that one. It's not even the full government. It's a couple people in the government. Sheree, please be safe. Um, I somebody was talking about that, and I'm trying to remember. It was somebody that actually talks to Trump, and I'm trying to remember who it was, but they legitimately said that they. I think it was Piers Morgan for some reason said that he had a conversation with Trump, and was talking to him about different things. You know what? I swear to God, I think it was Piers Morgan on like a Gutfeld episode for some reason. And Piers Morgan said, like, Trump flat out told him, like, look, the first time I was in, the Russia collusion, all that kind of crap, it kind of derailed me. I didn't know who I could trust. This time I assembled a team. I went in there with an entire agenda. This is what I'm going to do. And he's like, and I'm doing it. I don't give a shit what anybody says. I'm just legit. This is my agenda and I'm applying it across the board. And he's been doing it. And to be honest with you, so far it's worked out. I wasn't so sure about the tariffs. I thought it could go either way with those tariffs. I think that's what I said back when he initiated them. Like this could either completely crush us, or it's going to be a really good thing. Let's hope it's a really good thing. And it turned out it was a really good thing. Yeah, I don't trust Piers Morgan either. I don't. He just he seems to change whichever way the wind blows a lot of times. He was on Gutfeld last night, Bob. That's probably where I heard it. Because I swear to God, like I think it was Piers Morgan on Gutfeld said something about it. Like he had talked to Trump, and Trump told him, "Yeah, I came in with an agenda. I'm not letting anything or anybody deviate me. Last time they were able to pull me off my targets, but not this time because I got one shot at it or some shit like that." I can believe it, Bob. I'm sure it's a beautiful place and I'm sure it's full of really good people. But I can also sit there and say, I even get like why they feel the land's theirs and they're trying to take it back. I understand. I get all that. It's just you can't starve children and then make them run for food and then shoot over their heads while they're running for the food. You can't do that. Just like if anything and you're afraid of all this shit, just airdrop the stuff in. Just airdrop the bundles in, fly over them and airdrop it. Then there's no entanglements, no bullshit. And okay, maybe the bad guys come and grab it all. I don't know, but when you got 1,000, then you'll definitely know. Yes, it's Hamas shooting these kids and doing this stuff, right? At this point, fog of war, and not a good one. You have no international reporters over there. You have barred basically you like I said, you got to watch the interview with this dude. And like I said, I think his name is Tony Angular. And he was on Tucker Carlson, but it is worth the watch just to hear what this man has to say. And he's like ex army. And like he like goes in on it. And he's like, I've been to Afghanistan, I've been here, I've been there, and I've never seen shit like this. He's like, because Tucker asks him like, what did Gaza actually look like when you were in there? And he's like, it looks like Terminator when they show the future scenes with the Terminators with the whole world destroyed. He's like, it looks like that. Yeah, Stranded. It's definitely some Hunger Game shit. Honestly, if we're being quite honestly, it sounds like something that a German faction used to do back in the day, or would have done back in the day. A certain German faction would have done shit like that to a certain set of people back in the day. That's that kind of shit where I'm like, man, yeah, there's a reason you're bleeding out support. There's a reason why people are not endorsing you and not believing in you anymore. There's a reason why, because I think the is it the EU, the UN? No, it's the UN. I think said they're going to come out and recognize Gaza as Palestine or something like that in September. I think it was something like that. I can't remember. I heard it and can't remember it now. But yeah, it was something somebody I want to say from the UN said we're going to recognize Palestine. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I got that luxury because I'm a fat American sitting on my ass painting a figure on the internet and talking to people, right? Maybe that's what it is. But yeah, something about harming children bothers me a lot. Just doesn't sit well with me for some reason. I don't know. Don't know why. Maybe I should be callous to it. Like, well, maybe they should just pick up and move. But or some dumb shit like that. But it actually does. Like something about it disturbs me. EU did say it's stranded, so I'm not nuts. I did hear that. And in Canada, that's not even a real place. The 51st state is backing it. That's crazy. Speaking of Canada, Shout out to Retro AI. She had a birthday the other day. Shout out to her. She was like recovering from hangovers and stuff last night. I'm gonna have to get a calendar and write down everybody's birthday so I don't forget somebody. Like, cause I know Steve's birthday. Rebel, we got to chip together. We're gonna get him like a small Mexican midget to go and lap dance him for his birthday. That's what we're sending Steve. I think I'll chip together with maybe Rebel. Stranded might even throw in for that one. We'll get Steve a small midget stripper, go and lap dance him for his birthday. All right, let's see. Do we got the lines good on this thing? Yeah, we do. Dude, yeah. Tim Pool, I've heard about him. I've heard Tim. I heard Caesar can't toss a better salad when it comes to Tim Pool. You got a birthday cake full of. Did you just smash your face in the middle of it, Bob, and go? I don't know. I still got to download an adult toy 3D print and see if I can't get AI and take a picture of my buddy and feed it up to the AI so it gives me like a 3D print of that and mesh it with the adult toy so I can print it out and send it to him so he can go fuck himself. I always told my one buddy I was going to do that. And I swear to God, one of these days I will do it. All right. Transition to pink here in a minute. Good God. Dude, I saw that. I did see that video. Somebody chucked an adult toy out on the court during the WNBA game. That's going to be like their new, like, in hockey when somebody gets a hat trick and everybody tosses their hat in the middle of the ring. That's going to be the new one for if somebody gets like a triple double on the night. Like everybody's just going to start tossing those things in to the middle of the basketball court. I lost my damn chats. There we go. Yeah, just imagine that. Like Caitlin Clark with her sixth 3-pointer of the game. Oh my God, it's raining men. That's what knocked old girl's wig off. Yep. Yeah, I think that did it. Yeah, that would definitely do it. God. Oof. Oh. Dude, I mean, that would be amazing. Just imagine. And if that shit happens, I'm going to get sued for it now. Because I never said allegedly. And Sheree wasn't here to remind me to say allegedly. God damn it. They're going to be like, yeah, so this is the new trend with the WNBA. And we heard this asshole named GAM suggested it. And it seems to have caught on. AdamandEve.com has been sold out for weeks on this one model. Dude, Rebel, true story. So we had it this one time. Okay, when you're with GameStop, you got to do what's known as a bag check, right? And like when you're leaving, you got to turn out your pockets. It happens in high theft stores, right? So when I had first taken over the store, this was my policy. You do it on camera. You pull your pockets out, and then if you have a bag, one of the other employees has to look through the bag. We had hired this new girl, very quiet, kind of mousy, very good looking girl, but very quiet, very mousy. And it was bag check at the end of the night. The store's shutting down. And the one dude, I'll never forget this one dude, Angel. He's like, all right, I need to check your, just look in your purse or whatever, make sure everything's good. She's like, he said she started like sweating. And he's like, it's okay, like I'm not going to touch anything in there. I just need to look in there to make sure you don't have any games or anything. It's not that big a deal. I'm just going to glimpse. She's like, do you really have to check it? He's like, yeah. She goes, all right, but you can't say nothing about this. He's like, okay. She opens her bag and he's like, man, this thing was fucking huge. He was like, it looked like a baby's arm holding an apple. It was ginormous. And I was like, oh shit. like, Like, and he's like, I just tried to play it off real quick. Just said, okay, yeah, you're good. And she's like, you won't say anything, will you? He's like, no. He's like, so I'm telling you now, this is what I saw. What's going on, Rogue? How y'all doing down there? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We can fade into the white. I gotta do this like it's sore, so that'll be red. We looking creepy so far. We are. Bro, like, and I knew he wasn't making it up either, but it was hysterical. I was like, holy shit. He's like, oh yeah, dude, I was completely caught off guard. And all I could think to myself was, why the fuck would you bring that to work with you? And where were you hiding it this whole time? He's like, I swear the thing to me looked like it was bigger than the entire purse. Wow, Steve, really? That's actually a bit scary. I'm not gonna lie. You're saying that is the most green you've ever seen it, and it looks like Cali? That's nuts. Give me a brush. Should be able to get that with a brush. Mother trucker, get out here. There we go. Burning up and wore out. Yeah, you're not. I can't believe you're out in the sun. You got way too fair a skin there, Rogue of the Leaf. Be out in any kind of sun. Oh yeah, I did see that. That's hysterical. I mean, look, it is what it is. It's fine. I mean, it's not like they're whipping it out in public and using it or something. I don't know why I'm going to red now, but way too much red. Probably get both sides with that much red. Shit. I didn't think I was going to pull this much red. Shit. Need a different brush. See if I can't pull this out. I hit that with way too much paint, like I gopped it on there. Jesus Christ, heat exhaustion. Crazy man. I mean, New Mexico. I mean, New Mexico. Old Mexico was boring. So I came to the new one. Mama talking to me, trying to tell me how to live. I don't know why I used that red. I got a little. Oh my god. actually. Yeah, you guys can see the difference in the reds, kinda. Can you actually see the tendon pull in the jaw? Yeah, you can. Had to zoom that shit in to see it. Good God, man. 110? Yeah, I mean, it has been brutal here, too. And I must have lost power like 3 or 4 times this week. The storms here have been nasty. Like, but it's still not, honestly, compared to 2012, 2013, storms still aren't as nasty as then, in my opinion. I remember, like, it was like every other day losing power and everything was flooded. Like, it's just, yeah, I'm actually a little worried about hurricanes when they start up here soon. Well, mister, good to see you for one. So the Anne prank told you never hang out in attics too long? It explains why you spend so much time in the closet, sir. No way. He named Triple H to run that shit? You're kidding me. Does he know Triple H has a pacemaker? He really he I Triple H was on stage with him when he was doing the press conference and all that earlier. That's awesome. Oh shit. That was almost bad. Wow. That's yeah, I mean, I was going to say that that does make sense. I mean, hey, look, be glad he didn't put Vince McMahon in charge of it. Somebody have doo doo on their head. Just saying. Like, all right, kids, you better get to lifting or else I'm going to shit right on your head. You got no chance in hell. There you go, Mister. See, I was just talking about that earlier. Holy shit! Like, legitimately, was just talking about the somebody dies, like, that's when you want to sell stuff, or when a new movie comes out, when it comes to trading cards, stuff like this. And like Steve said, they're like old school cryptocurrency. So, I mean, climate's always changing, but the weather manipulation, there's one guy, I saw him here or there, and he swears to God that they are manipulating weather. Like, they have Have some kind of shit where they basically hold the weather like a storm in place and can make it just rain in the same place and flood. And I'm like, I don't know about that. Like, I would think that wind current and stuff like this would play a huge part in that kind of shit. If anybody could actual factual manipulate the weather, then why not? That would be, for fuck's sake, that's a plot line out of the old school GI Joe cartoon. That was actually the first thing, was the weather dominator, and Cobra got a hold of it and made it snowing like the desert and shit. Like, you guys remember that? Yeah, I mean, I get cloud seeding, stuff like this. That makes sense to me, right? How that works scientifically, everything. But actual weather manipulation to basically hold a storm in place. I don't know. Maybe it's just my stupid brain, but something about it just sounds kind of woo woo. Like, if that were the case, and you could truly manipulate the weather, then when a hurricane blows in, for example, why not just push it back out to sea? If you could actually manipulate it, or can you only manipulate it in one way, not the other? Good God, I definitely have the wrong brush for this shit. Well, kinda. Dude, Triple H being in charge of the presidential fitness test. Hey kids, everybody ready to play the game? Oh yeah. Speaking of which, I keep forgetting to show this damn thing off. We were doing the one gaming stream. I got to grab it because it's on the other desk in this room. But all of us were having a conversation about 9/11 and basically inside job and jet fuel and all this other shit. My wife had walked into the room. She goes, "Here you go. If you're going to be talking about 9/11 like this," and she handed it. Let me grab it real quick. My wife made me a tinfoil hat for when we have woo woo talks. I think she modeled it off her boobie with a bigger nipple. Yeah, like an actual tinfoil hat. Dude, I've never told them, Rogue, I make fun of your accent and shit like this, but I've never told them about your upbringing and your closed off life when you were a child. I didn't feel it was appropriate to be throwing that out on an actual internet stream like that. So no, you just brought it up. I never did. Yeah, true story. Rogue was allowed to watch anything that was related to Jesus or Star Wars his entire life. That was it. Apparently, like, blowing up planets full of millions of people without any, severe consequences was okay. But, robots that transform and shoot at each other and rarely land a shot, not okay. I am kind of always. I don't really jab at their religions. I ask questions because I don't quite understand them. Me seeking like understanding is one thing. I mean, we used to make fun of Rogue all the time because there was a couple that we played games with, and like the couple would get in a sexy time talk while we were playing a game, and every time Rogue would be like, "Y'all need Jesus." What the hell does the devil have to do with what does Satanism have to do with the robot? How would you even program a robot to be satanic? How would that work? The Transformers, Satanist in disguise. Autobots lead their angelic battle to destroy the evil forces of the Demonicons. Welcome back, Sheree. Glad to see you made it back. Um, shit. That's actually kind of an interesting theory. Set off a nuclear torpedo to cause an earthquake. Okay, I'm not going to put the tinfoil hat on just yet, but what if they did do like a nuke test? I mean, I'm guessing wouldn't there be some kind of warning? Because Trump did kind of get into it with their former president, right? The other day, like on the internet, like arguing with him, I don't know, a 16-year-old girl who just got Twitter. Like, I will tell you what, this Russian guy thinks he's still the president. He's not, but I am. I got really big hands. They're the greatest hands ever. They're huge. Yeah, I mean, the only one that I was worried about, I wasn't worried about. This is going to sound fucked up because I have an aunt there too who actually lives there. I wasn't too worried about Hawaii. I was worried about Japan getting hit by a tsunami again. Because then it would interrupt my flow of anime and I would be pissed. In all sincerity, because last time they had some kind of shit hit them like that, their nuclear reactor fucked up. Not good. Definitely not good. Japan supports America 100%. America, they hate China. Hate China. Like ancient hatred, hate. But yeah, Japan actually loves America. They love America. The whole thing with Japan, like, not gonna lie, that would be the one place in the world I would like to visit because their culture, to me, it has always intrigued me. Just how polite everybody is, like the societal end of it. A lot of their lore and their like legends and stuff are creepy as shit too. Well, I mean, shit. Make sure y'all smash that like button. Um, yeah, I saw something about Oprah. I didn't look into it because it's fucking Oprah, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of sick of seeing the AI ad for her like bath salts or pink salts or whatever to lose weight thing that whatever friggin' goof put out there. Like it's this ad that runs on YouTube. It's like I'm giving you my pink salt recipe for the last time or some shit. And every time it comes up, I'm like I'm sick of hearing Oprah's voice and seeing her dumb ass. And especially because it's not even real Oprah, it's AI Oprah. I don't know how they make those ads and get away with that shit. I'm not gonna lie. And I mean, with Oprah, the worst part is it's crazy to think, but I believe hadn't it come out that all her weight loss was Ozempic? Yeah, I mean Japan. There's huge Christian, like very Christian nation actually, which is weird. They adopted Christianity early on, so I'm thinking it's something with the moral fundamentals of the religion kind of bind us together in a weird way. I just know that they are like Abe in particular, very very close relationship with America. Because it's a lot easier. Why didn't I paint the face white first? Because it's a lot easier to paint over the what you call it, the red, the depth on this. It's a lot easier for me to screw this up and get it out like get it out here or whatever. It's going to be more difficult for me to cover up the red with white. Wait, no, I'm saying it backwards. It's a lot easier for me to cover white with red than it is for me to cover red with white. So if I have a blowout here, let's say I screw up and go, oh shit, and hit here with white, the red will go right over it. If I was painting in here with the red and my hand gives out for whatever reason, I come up here or out here or whatever and screw up, I'm going to have to hit it like 10 times with white to get rid of that red. Yes, and that's the other part is like you started to see it on the neck. Actually, I think I got it covered up, but I didn't wash the brush out enough, and I started to see red, like almost like a mild pink mixed in with the white. It's a pain in the ass. It's hard, like going over anything with white is always a bitch. Like if I was using, no, even then, because the opacity of the color, like this white is, I'm trying to use. I don't think I used my normal color white. I used a different white that's actually a little thicker. It's actually drying quick, which is why you're seeing so much patchiness when I'm painting. But I try to use a thicker white this time versus normally I use a thinner white. But yeah, going over it like a dozen times with the same white or whatever, trying to get it out of grooves where there's supposed to be red would be just horrendous. Yes, I'm using craft acrylic, not like canvas acrylic. I mean, you can kind of thin it, but I prefer not to. Like at worst case, I'll hit it with a little water on the brush and lighten it up. That's only if I got to really get in deep on a groove. Yeah, I mean, yeah, here, if you're not driving to a dump or a trash disposal site, you got to pay for trash pickup. That shit ain't including taxes. New Jersey, that shit was like including your state tax. Down here, no. Negatory on that one. But it's not that big a deal. Damn. Careful on the ear not to blow it out. Jesus. Yeah, stranded. That's just it. It's not even just a taboo of it. It's just like I said, they're better mannered people. They really are. Yeah, and to answer your question too, Beans, that's why I'm not worried about like I'm gonna paint the lips full on white because I know the red's gonna go right over it. It's not that big a deal. But if I had started out with red on the lips, for example, and then try to paint white, like glitched out a little bit, and try to go white over it, it would have been a struggle to say the least. Yeah, I mean, I kind of littered because we do the whole pilot the bombardier, but it wasn't always just or beer bottles. Rather, a lot of times that shit would be corn freshly picked from a field that we drive past or something. And we just it accidentally end up in the car somehow, and we throw it at street signs. Try and land it on people's doorsteps like we were playing the game Paperboy. Where like, you throw a piece of corn and it lands on somebody's like welcome mat or whatever. Next morning they come out and it's just like you're kind of either giving them a gift or like giving them the greatest what the fuck moment of their lives. Like what the fuck? Like where'd this come from? Damn, dude. I mean, have you seen Philadelphia, Mister? Or I don't know what Chicago's like. Does Chicago look like have a lot of litter? I mean, honestly, you're not wrong with what you said, but I'm just curious. Does Chicago have a lot of litter? Philadelphia always had fucking tons of litter. That's why we used to call it Philadelphia, city of brotherly blood. It's clean mostly. Yeah, New York isn't. Philadelphia is definitely not. Yeah, I mean, it's bad. Real, real bad. Actually, to tell you the truth, where I grew up, um, never any litter. It was always like nobody ever littered. And it was like a small little podunk town. It, it was always like the closer you got to the city, the dirtier everything got. Because you had Philly, you had Newark, Trenton, all that kind of shit, all the way up to New York. Oh, gotcha, Steve. Gotcha. Yeah, I wasn't sure, dude. I've never been to Chicago. I have no plans of going to Chicago. We'll never end up in Chicago. Only reason why I would actually like to go to Chicago, and I don't even know if shit exists like this. Do you guys got like a Alphonse Capone museum, or where they have like tributes to Lucky Luciano or Vito Genovese or Bugsy Siegel, like that kind of shit. I'd love to see that kind of stuff. I got you, Mister. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Like they did it where there's infrastructure to contain it. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Al Capone's bar. Speaking of fucking K-pop, because K-pop's never going to come up in this goddamn chat. I can tell you that much. But for some reason, I swear to God, one of y'all was talking about K-pop demon hunters, and I downloaded a 3D model that came up, and it's like a little dog thing, and it's called Derpy. Does this ring any bells to anybody? Yeah, see, mister, that's what I would be interested in because when I was a kid, growing up in the bar I did, I got obsessed with fucking like old school gangsters and everything else. And like I said, the team of Vito Genovese, Lucky Luciano, Benjamin Bugsy Siegel, Meyer Lansky, and then of course Capone. Right? Like Capone was never my favorite of them though. Lucky Luciano always was because like Meyer Lansky, he was Jewish and he was like considered the smartest one and most devious one out of all of them. But Lucky Luciano was definitely right in step with it and actually Capone looked at him like not completely like an equal, but right there. So I'm sure there's some history and stuff like that that I would definitely want to see if I ever went there. My wife has been there quite a bit. I never did. I don't know what. So Durfee's a tiger, not a dog. It looks like a fucking dog for some reason. Like it's got little dots all over it, like little circle things. I'm going off of memory, and I downloaded loaded it like 3 days ago at like 3:30 in the morning or some shit. I just remember somebody. It must have been you who mentioned it, but I was like, yeah, I better grab this one while it's free before they make you pay for it. Like that's one of those things that's starting to happen. Is a lot of the people that are doing, and I can't blame them, but they're doing real tight model work are now charging you like $20 a month to download any of their models. Pisses me off. Because the whole thing is sometimes the model will come out great and they key it and cut it and everything right. And other times they're just total pieces of shit. And it's like, I'm not going to spend $20 and roll the dice. Like, there's one or two guys who might rate that. Printed Obsession is one, Photos Men is another. But yeah, I'm also not really willing to risk it. Yeah, there you go. Dots on its face. That makes sense. Smash that like button if you like Derpy. I don't fucking know. I mean, it's possible. I watched one. God damn it. It was like this dude, and I can't remember what the hell it was called. It was like Saga something, and it was a guy who put together a band that was made up of zombie girls, and the city or whatever was called Saga. And it was supposed to save the city because they were supposed to become pop idols. It was kind of funny. I don't know. I'm backed up on anime right now, and I'm kind of happy about that. It gives me something to watch if I ever have time off again. Um, Speaking of which, I think it's the week of the 8th. My son is going out to Vegas to go play pool or whatever. I told him I'd help cover his store while he's gone because he owns a store. And he called me, asked me if I could help him out. I'm like, yeah. So I don't know if it's going to fall in on one of those days. So I might not do a Friday night gaming stream. Shit like this, if I've got to be up at like 7 in the morning to go open the business and get it running and everything. Zombieland Saga, yeah, that's it. And I think antibiotics. I think the cure for derpies is going to sleep and reading a book instead of watching TV. I think that's how you cure derpies. Yeah, yeah. Midwest. I went Midwest one time. Never wanted to go Midwest again after that. I couldn't. I don't know. Something about being landlocked. I think that was my part of my problem. Something about it. I just did not enjoy my time. I'll take either of the coasts, either West Coast or East Coast, preferably East Coast. Oh, yeah, I knew that was going to happen. I need to get in there with the fine brush and wetter paint. Brush is definitely just a little too big for what I need. That's what she said. Nah, too many arrogant assholes out Midwest. Now, in all honesty, just no ocean. No ocean bothered me. I don't know why. Maybe it's like that song Brandy. You're a fine girl. What a good wife you would be. I could never. can't be away from the ocean. I don't know what it is. I know I was out in. What's fucked up is definitely had family come out of Illinois. I think I've shown you guys the one boxing magazine. I think I showed you that, right? Old school boxing magazine. They did a whole spread on my grandfather. I don't know if I call it a whole spread, but he Peoria, Illinois. Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie though. Now that I'm thinking about it, isn't like Tim Pool from Chicago? And he always claimed to be from Chicago. I'm from Chicago. God damn it! I knew I was gonna pull white right into it. Doesn't matter what brush I use. Silver. Yeah, Michigan basically a what you call it? Basically, yeah, yeah. Great Lakes basically the ocean. Nah, no, the ocean's the ocean. I swear, I have definitely been out to Illinois too when I was a kid. I mean, like a little kid. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think my great grandfather. I think it was my great grandfather. Had like a junkyard or something out there for some reason. I don't know. I'd have to add my mom's birthday's in 4 days. I got to give her a call. I'll ask her. I think I was just a little guy, like maybe 6, 7. I don't. I got a vague memory for some reason now that I'm actually thinking about that shit. I could be wrong. Maybe it was Missouri or something. But I know fucking Oklahoma, I will never, ever, 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 never, ever set foot in again. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I love my ocean. My the world goes to shit and tails the ocean because you can live off the sea, even if everything on land goes to shit. Just don't get hit by tsunamis. You'll be all right. You'll be all righty. Am I wrong? And where the hell's Cabrina Green located? I don't even think it exists anymore, does it? some reason I thought they demolished it. So, Bob, what's really weird that you just said that I'm from Shawnee GAM. I don't know what state that's in. Like, if that's like Illinois or something like this. The high school that was named after an Indian tribe where I grew up was called Shawnee. Shawnee High. Yeah, we had Shawnee, Lenape. Um, and he opened a brand new one just recently, and I can't remember what that one's called. But yeah, Shawnee, Lenape. That's very odd you said that, Bob. Screwed me up. Oh, it's in Oklahoma? I don't even know where the fuck I was in Oklahoma. I was pretty fucking stoned. I just remember standing out and baking in the sun while baked. As I had gone out there on a rescue mission, my buddy had gotten divorced from his wife that we all told him not to marry. And I went out there to help him pack up and move back home. And I spent like 4 days on a bus, and I'll never forget standing out there, sun blazing down on my ass, and just looking and like, yo, there's a thunderstorm coming. And they're like, yeah, that'll be here tomorrow afternoon. And I was like, yeah, fuck this place. I'm done. Get me the fuck out of here. Get me back to trees. Get me back to the wilderness. Get me back to an ocean breeze. Get me the fuck out of here. Like, not one part of me enjoyed it. I was miserable. Like, even the weed didn't help. Even the weed could not help me. I was just flat out miserable. Dude, yeah, bacon in the sun is an understatement. I was just I'll never forget how miserable. I definitely am more of a tropical environment type person. Don't ask me why. Like, I have not missed snow since I moved. My wife misses snow all the time. She's like, I wish it would snow sometimes. I think I've seen snow twice in my life down since I've moved down here. Can't take snow. Hate it. Hate the cold. And honestly, I'm going to tack part of that up to my neck injury because ever since I injured my neck, the colder it gets and the muscles in my neck constrict, the less I can use my hands. The worse that shit is. Like, nothing worse than reaching for something and just watching it fall to the ground because your grip just didn't do what it was supposed to do when your hand closed. Or even worse, grabbing something and squeezing way too tight because you can't feel it. What, Lufthansa? Wasn't he mayor of New York City? Like a famous mayor of New York City, I want to say. I don't know why I know that. Anytime I hear Lufthansa airport, I always think of Goodfellas and the Lufthansa heist. But I always thought it was like famous mayor from New York City for some reason. We're looking so far. He looks creepy. Not quite where I want him yet, but he's getting there. I think once the green hair gets done, he'll definitely look a lot better. Still got to get the red around the lips. The ring around the lips is going to be a bitch. Oh, motherfucker. Oh, here's one for you guys. So, YouTube. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. It started and then it stopped, and I could not figure out why. I started getting suggested videos, and every video I was getting suggested had like it would be like Gutfeld exposes the View live on Fox, right? I'd be like, what the fuck is this? I would click on it, and it would be an AI voice going, Greg Gutfeld today exposed the View, like, and then it would be a bunch of still images, and I'm like, what the hell is this? People were producing AI content, like just popping something in, and I don't know if it was like Chat GPT writing it and then using a video like AI to produce a video. But yeah, YouTube has its own AI now, and they're hunting down anybody who uses AI voices, AI music, AI content for the most part. They're banning them. They're banning the channel. They can appeal, but they're getting banned. LaGuardia. Thank you. Thank you, Bob. Yeah, see, Bob, there you go. We used to watch the tornadoes run across the field. Exactly. Like, that shit drove me nuts. I was like, I'm used to, thunderstorm hitting, thunderstorm hitting. Like, a day from now, what? Thank you, Bob, because that was going to drive me nuts. I couldn't remember if it was like, as soon as you said that, you're like LaGuardia. It's like, yes, thank you. Anyway, the other thing with YouTube that they're using their AI for is age verification. So if they detect the user, say like you know how Leo comes in here and I have it not marked for not adults. If their AI will monitor chats now, and if it finds somebody underage, it'll kick him out of my channel. Like it won't unsub him, but it'll make him have to either get parental permission or prove his age. I was like, what the fuck is this? But yeah, that's definitely something. That's some crazy shit. Like they're using AI to counter AI and to catch kids, basically, now on YouTube. And I would not be shocked to find out that pretty soon it's going to start monitoring people's content. Like legitimately, like I'm in here having a discussion about, I don't know. I wouldn't be having this discussion, but like say somebody out there is doing some kind of hey, let's all get our white sheets together and put together a group and they're doing it like a private live, inviting people to it. They'll probably start monitoring shit like that and wiping them out. I don't know, Bob. I don't know if it is or if it isn't. Yeah, that one actually, like, I was like, I don't know about this. It's kind of worrisome. Uh, Yeah, the only other thing I had written down is notes to talk about tonight. So Colbert got canceled, right? And they looked into it, what his political leanings were, and he has had on 177 guests. Well, 178 guests. Only one of them was Republican. The other 177 were all Democrat or left leaning. Guess who the one Republican was? Can't make it up. It's hysterical too. 177 Democrat guests, one Republican guest. Guess who the one Republican is? Correct. Liz Cheney. It was Liz Cheney. The View has had 107 guests on so far. Every last one of them are Democrats. They wonder why their ratings are failing. They wonder why people are getting fired. They wonder why, like, when Trump wins a victory or something, If people are so stunned and shocked he wins elections and all this, you're in such a goddamn echo chamber that you never know what the other side's saying. That's tragic. You would think at some point they would want to hear the other side just to see if their arguments held weight. You know what I mean? Yes, her dad. Not only did her dad shoot somebody in the face, hunting accident with a shotgun, the guy apologized to Dick Cheney. What's up, Six? Yeah, completely apologized to Dick Cheney. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. You're kind of a badass if you can shoot somebody in the face and make them apologize to you for it. Oh, and I know Beans, you like this kind of stuff. I showed these off earlier. We'll shuffle the run at least. But I was showing these off. The actual one from the first run or whatever. Number 13, number 14, and number 17. Jesus Christ, they're advertising Arrow from the new 52 run. At a comic book store when they came out. I used to spend $400 a week, or $400 a week. Jesus, that would be insane. $400 a month on comics when I first got married in 2012. So when I first got married, I used to have a pull list and everything. Um, and then over the years, it went from $400 to $200 to $100 to $60 to absolutely zero. I mean, the other ones I showed you, like my Fantastic Four, Spider Man. What other books did I bring in? I had them since like 1980 something, either early 90s or late 80s. But yeah, these books they're from like 2012. But yeah, I used to have when New 52 hit. That's really when I started to get into DC over Marvel because they just had the better run. And yeah, Batman, Batgirl, um, Green Lantern. I'm trying to think what my other runs were. I think I even had Action Comics and Superman runs from New 52, so 2012. They're not that old, but that's when they redid Superman. I was saying this earlier. Like he didn't have a suit; he had like blue jeans, the Superman shirt, and a cape, and he could only leap over tall buildings in a single bound. Like they depowered him, and that book failed. They had to reverse Superman real fast because that was the Action Comics run, and then they had the Justice League versus Pandora. I think it was. That was the Pandora saga. It was interesting. Really went nowhere, but it was interesting. That's where they changed up Justice League, where Cyborg was actually like a founding member, because he was not a founding member of the Justice League back in the day. Good night, Sheree. Special shout out to Rick James too. Give my best to him. But yeah, get some rest. Um, I'll remember to say allegedly a lot. And thank you for being the greatest mods on these interwebs. Wait, what got banned? Gab? Got banned from X. Gab AI? Is it because Musk is pushing Grok or whatever? What do you mean things are getting bad on X? I mean that things are always bad on X. How can they get worse? Like, was the AI like trying to infiltrate X? Trying to like take Grok and like smoke weed with him out behind the gym? I'm waiting. Steve came in, dropped a bombshell, and then left me hanging. Damn it! Damn it, Steve! The hell's going on X? You're like things are getting bad on X. Like, okay, what do you mean? What's going on? Steve's like probably knee deep in tweets right now, reading through each one. Like, whoa, that's what I get for not being on X. Fortunately, unfortunately part. God damn it. Fortunately, his hair is covering up 90% of his back end. Unfortunately, his hair is covering up 90% of his back end, and the other 10% I can't get to. Shit. I gotta like paint under hair strands. Have a good night, mister. Thanks for dropping in as always, brother. Fucking 11:30 is too late. My God, man. You be that guy at my parties. I don't know if I ever told you guys this, but if somebody was like a rookie, what they'd do is they'd take their shoes off and before they go to sleep. And we always had a saying that you, if you're going to get hammered with us, you'd die with your boots on or your shoes on, or whichever one it would be. This one night, this dude cat we had told people this because we used to call them rookies. They're first hanging out with us. Like, all right, rookie, whatever. You think you can hold your liquor? Well, better be up late night. Everything else. Well, guys would get drunk and pass out, and if they left their shoes off, they would wake up the next day and find them floating in the toilet. Well, poor Captain Jack had waterproof boots, so he passes out. He had taken them off, put them aside, and he goes into the bath. He's like, "Where the fuck are my boots?" Well, we're like, me and Guido are like, "Yeah, we floated that shit in the toilet last night. You fell asleep, rookie move." He's like, "Ah, god damn it, you guys did warn me." So he goes in, he grabs his boots. He's like, "You guys didn't have to piss in them." We're like, "We didn't piss in them." And sure enough, somebody had not realized the boots were in the toilet and filled them up. And he had to pour them out in the toilet. It was hysterical. It was fucked up, but hysterical. Good night, Bob. Yeah, I know, Beans. Her falling on the Senate floor, she went like knocked the desk over, everything else. And then Ted Cruz like apparently ran over like immediately and like put his hand out, like helped her up. I'd seen that. That was going on right before I started streaming. I was watching something about it. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, hey, look, it happens. People were, although whatever I was watching, they were comparing that shit to like Joe Biden falling down. And I'm like, I don't think Elizabeth Warren's that old. That's a little much. He's starting to get there. He is. Like I said, Steve's like, shit's breaking free on X and then just disappeared. Like he went right into that rabbit hole. He's like, this dog do hunt and jumped down the rabbit hole. Steve's on X right now, talking shit and getting himself banned. No, like, I don't know if she tripped. She just like fell back, like fell on her ass. I didn't see if she like stumbled like she was taking a step up a stair and fell backwards or something. She just like falls back and knocks the desk over. You know how they have like those little kid desks that they sit at? Like, I mean, I'm sure she's not hurt, just probably more embarrassed than anything. It's always embarrassing when you fall like that in public. It's even more embarrassing when you're a politician. It goes on the news all over the place. Liz Warren, I mean, if it was Nancy Pelosi, she probably fall down and break her hip. Nancy Pelosi, I could definitely see hammered on the Senate floor. Or, well, no, I couldn't see her on the Senate floor because she's in Congress. But um, I don't know about Liz Warren. She pulled that whole stunt where she was drinking the cold beer. Remember that one? I don't know if anybody members. Shout out to E Rock, by the way. I know he's on vacation with the family. I almost forgot. I was like, where the fuck is E Rock? He didn't drop by. Normally he drops by. Crazy. I'm getting like all this opacity on it just so I can put red over it. Nice. I mean, we've all had a case of the stumbles. I think we've all had the case of the stumbles, though. Oh, by the way, Mr. Six, have you ever been part of a famous metal band? Oh, ow. God damn it. Shout out to Stranded. Even though you're here watching, just because I'm used to doing it. See, Stranded? I figured I'd ask for you. Stranded said you were awesome drumming. She thought you might be in a famous metal band, just you know, making fun of us. Actually, to tell you the truth, Stranded, there's something we should tell you about Six. Six is you know the Muppets. Six was the catalyst for the Animal Muppet. They modeled Animal right after Six. I don't know if you've ever heard his voice. He's got the wild card voice, but he definitely he's been like 6 beat drum. It just goes off. he, Jesus Christ. That's why Six is always wearing a mask, because he's really a Muppet. He can't give up his secret identity of being Animal from the Muppets. So weird painting Joker's face with it lifted like this. Just feels unnatural. Dude, Six, get yourself an all female band. You got to find 5 other members. You got to find a singer, a keyboard player, a guitarist, a bassist, and then somebody that plays the triangle. You make them wear like cat outfits, and you can be Six and the Pussycats. Damn, you got actual footage of Pocahontas? Hope you set that shit to some Benny Hill music. Oh, the touch up with the red's gonna be fun. thin spots. I'm actually going to use the camera to look for the thin spots. Dude, yeah. Six and the Pussycats. Long tails and ears for hats. I could hear you guys with that theme song. I don't know. I just thought it up on the fly. What do you think, Six? All right, let's see. Do we got thin spots? got. I gotta get back here. Let's see if I can get my thumb in. Yeah, right here. Right here below the collar line. That white isn't all the way out. Let's take a look. Like I said, I gotta touch up that red all along the jawline where I got little blowouts. The silver hooks aren't going to be that big a problem. Back here near this hairline, that's got to get adjusted. Back behind his ear, right back in here, looks blown out and rough. Right here, where my thumb is. God, my thumb looks huge. Everything else, it's minor blowouts. How about the eyes? Let's see. Minor blowout in the red there, I can fix. Minor blowout in the red there, I can fix. Wait, send what to GAM's Discord? What do I do? Oh, you need an invite to the Discord? Share what? Last thing you post on Discord. Hold on, let me pop open Discord. Let's see what kind of silliness. Oh, okay. It was a private message. Dude, Garfield crossed with Ninja Turtles. That's amazing. Let me see if this shares. I don't know if that's going to work or not. I'm not going to lie. Should work, but you never know. This is why. This is why when Sheree leaves early, it sucks. But she's allowed to leave early whenever she feels like it. I'm just happy I got the greatest mods on these interwebs. She's here for me when it really, really fucking counts. So shout out to Sheree for being the greatest mods on these interwebs. We're grinding. We're gonna get to that 100, and we're gonna get to 200, and then we're gonna get to 500, and then we're gonna get to 1,000. And Sheree's gonna get paid day because she earned it. Oh no, 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 you ass! Just really did that. God damn it! I hit his collar with just the smallest amount of white going in. All right, that's cleaned up. Do I need to do this side too? I do. Well, I want to squeeze out more blue. Fucking up ain't gonna matter. Shit. I can use more blue over there anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. back of his ear, right? Right here on his neck too. Aw. Yeah, Wi-Fi is definitely a helpful goddamn thing. Like, are you using your phone for everything you do for your internets? That's exactly what I was afraid of with this ear. That ear is not as well formed as the other one. Good lord. How the hell do you get banned off Twitter? That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie. I look at some of my computers from the past and I'm like, my cell phone is way more powerful than these goddamn things. And I do not have an expensive cell phone at all. Like I purposefully I don't have an expensive cell phone. I do this crazy thing. I use my cell phone basically to make phone calls with. Wow. Really? Too many mass conspiracies or dim fucking ownage? That's insane. Yeah, I always refused to get on X. I had to get, I grabbed an account with, I want to say GAM for some reason, like my GAM account. Some story had broken out and I wanted to see it. I'm hoping Steve fades back in so I can find out what the hell broke free on X. He said, Gab AI had gotten banned and it's getting crazy. And then that was the last thing I saw out of Steve. And it's like, God damn it, Steve, you left me hanging, buddy. Like, what got crazy? Did the AIs go like full on, I will nuke you? I will nuke you. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. People use AI for shit it probably doesn't isn't intended for. Oh balls. Okay, that makes a little more sense. Also, going to be a pain in my ass. Gab AI account was suspended on X. Hey, what's going on there, Smurf? Welcome to the merry crew of misfits. It's very nice to see you tonight. Make sure you smash the like button and do me a favor. Don't dangle your dingle out. Oh God, watching on VR. Does this look like really cool when I get the Joker up to close, like he's looking at you, Leo, and smiling? Does he look like he's looking at you? All right, this is going to be crap. One goes there, one goes there. And it's definitely a wire cutting across. Where does that wire go? I need to look. Maybe not. I don't know if I'm reading this wrong. Looking at this 3D model and can't tell if I'm reading the one part wrong or not. Lord. Oh, bingle, bingle, bingle. Gam, that was creepy. Like having Joker like look at you like that. Tell me all about it. You want to know how I got these scars? S6. So tell me about this Gab AI. Is it like is it a legit competitor to Grok or something? I'm trying to figure out why it got banned. So 6, you can probably order one online. They did. Matter of fact, let me look it up for you. They did a. It's not a graphic novel. Sorry, guys, you're gonna lose chat for a second here while I do a search. It's like a compilation book, right? But it came with the mask. They did one for Court of Owls too, and it comes with a Court of Owls mask. It's a mask and book set. Let me see. There you go. Show it to you, 6. Let me just do this real quick. I'm just gonna shut that off. Make these invisible. Let me shut down the images real quick too. There you go, buddy. There. Well, shit. This guy's selling one on eBay for like $70, but you can get like this one, $28, dude. Yeah, $28. This guy's got one 38. I own this. I bought this when it first came out. There you go. There's one. That one is $16. Somebody was selling it for 20, couldn't get rid of it. There's another one on eBay for 25. Oh no, that's just a book set. But yeah, like brand new. Like I said, this dude, 70 friggin' dollars. He lost his mind. Let me see. See if they got it on Amazon. Generating. The Batman Death of the Family book and mask set, featuring the graphic novel and a replica Joker mask, is available on Amazon. Set includes the Death of the Family storyline from the new 52 Batman series written by Scott Snyder and illustrated by Greg Capullo. The mask is a hand painted vinyl latex replica of the Joker's face, complete with sewn on hair and an elastic band. According to the product description breakdown. Customer reviews. Do you need a deeper dive into AI? Ask us now. I have that too. The Dark Knight Joker mask. I got one of those in the back room. It's not as good in my opinion. Fix all this and flip you guys back to your chats. But yeah, man. I got that. I pre-ordered that when they first announced it because I wanted the mask. I want to say it was like $20 when it came out. Um, I can't show you beans, but I can show you one from YouTube. Hold on a sec. Let me go back home. I gotta back out of all this crap. Unfortunately, Windows 10 is a lot different than Windows 11. I got all this shit with Lobo coming up. Tube. Credit Karma. Yep. Okay. Let's take a look. Shit. What was it? you go. Good cap. I'll leave the Joker images up too. There you go. Ready? Hopefully you can see this. Doesn't look like there's any volume to it. All right. So as we can see, and I'm going to pause it right there. So what has happened, and what I can tell has happened, is she was leaning back like she thought she was leaning back on the desk. There was no desk behind her. So she just fell backwards. Like she thought she was going to be leaning up against the desk, and she probably hit her butt against the edge of the desk and didn't realize there's nothing behind her. Boom. Right on her ass. And then Ted Cruz right there running in, like runs in to go help her out. There you go. So hopefully that knocks it down for you there, Stranded. That's so now we know exactly what happened. She leaned back like I've done that before. Like, oh shit, I thought there was something right behind me. And just fell. Where she was expecting the desk to hold her up and just fell. And just one of those stupid human mistakes. Nothing like vital to it, nothing severe. Wasn't like she was like, oh God, like drunk and stumbling and fell backwards. She leaned back like she was cool, thinking she was going to strike a pose, and instead, right on her ass. Absolutely. I know the song Animal I Have Become by 3 Days Grace, Leo. Absolutely. I can't escape this place. So many times I've tried. Yep. I think Six can play that on drums. That's fine. He can ask. I mean, he's not he's young. It's a good question. Don't mind. Yeah, no worries. Um, no worries at all, Stranded. Yeah, but I mean, it does make sense. Like now that I'm seeing the context of the fall, they're like Warren falls on house floor. No, she just kind of leaned back and there was nothing there. It's not like when Joe Biden would take a tumble. Like every time it was like, hold your breath. I mean, he's a drummer. I would hope he'd be in a band before. Six is just like playing drums all by himself. Oh, man, I wish I had a band. That was the one thing that always pissed Guido off, that I couldn't play musical instruments. Although I could play the shit out of Rock Band, so which always screwed him up because he's like, "How come you can play these songs on Rock Band and they're way harder than they are on actual guitar?" I don't know. Yep, I agree with you, Six. Then you got to coordinate, line stuff up. You got the one guy who brings the annoying girlfriend that wants to sit there and like clap at everything you do, and you're just like, God damn it. I would go watch my buddy do stuff like that, and there would always be the one guy in the band. As a matter of fact, it broke the one band up he was in. Girlfriend, he was like, "Yeah, band was cool right up until she showed up." Not because he wanted to chase girls or anything, just because she was just like, she wanted to be part of the band but had no musical talent. What kind of music y'all play here? Both kinds, country and western. That's that is amazing. Stranded in the quotable quotes. Nice. Oh, thank God I painted this red first, because that would have sucked. Mm-mm-mm. I drove a little low there. Mild blowout. Shit is kind of creepy. Yeah, Six. I could definitely see you rocking this mask. Like, I haven't greened up his hair yet, so you got that black hair and everything. Like a rhinestone cowboy. Do you guys remember had Jason Bateman in it? And it was a show back in the day. And I want to say the show was called It's Your Move. And Jason Bateman had like this. It was like his mom had a boyfriend, and they were competing against each other. Like Jason Bateman and his single mom or whatever, and then she brought home this boyfriend that he didn't like, and it was the kid versus the dude the whole time. But they did these episodes where they were in like because they were in high school or whatever, and he did some shit where he sold out a concert at the school because he needed the money, and then was like, God damn it, dude, now where are we gonna find a band? And they took all the skeletons that they had in the science lab and set them up on musical instruments, put clothes on them and like wigs, and then hooked them all up to like he had like a fat little friend, and they hooked up like strings to all their arms and stuff, and like he played like all kinds of music, and like the skeletons are all jumping around and all this stuff, and like the one girl in the audience is like, I think he's waving at me, and it's like just the kids just like jumping around and like swinging his arms and legs and everything. Such a pain in my butt. What is this smirk for? Damn, getting this is something I was afraid of. There we go. Okay, that's fixed. That's fixed. That looks kind of fixed. Shit. I gotta get into the sides with more red. Earache, earache, my eye. It sounds familiar. What the hell's it from, though? Like when you said it, like I don't know that I know that one. What is it from, Stranded? Enlighten me, please. sure I like that jawline. No, actually, it works. So it's from Cheech and Chong, but like I said, the line, but I can't remember the context of the line. Mama talking to me, trying to tell me how to live. Dun-dun-dun. They had this one National Lampoon's movie where Tommy Chong was the driver, like a bus driver, and they're like going to DC. And Tommy Chong, like the kids all get off the bus at one point, and he's like, "Well, time to put on some tunes and chill, man." And he like throws on his headset, like on a Walkman, and hits play, and that song comes on. All of a sudden, he starts singing. He's just like, "Mama talking to me, trying to tell me how to live." Dun, 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 dun. But I don't listen to her because my head is like a sieve. Dun, 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 dun. All right. I don't want to go to. Maybe I need to go to the brown. Damn. Go to the brown. Still gotta finish out the teeth and the eyes and all that. That's gonna be like yellows. No, Six is just singing a song. He's just following along with the actual stream. Mama talking to me, trying to tell me how to live. Getting this Dookie Brown down. Actually, it's too light. Much, much too light. It's just that. It's just got to be. I'm gonna have to borrow the wife's paint stir. She's got like this paint stir for nail polish, and you take a BB and you drop it in, and you set it on there, and it's an electromagnet, and it makes the BB stir everything. My daddy disowned me for wearing my sister's clothes. Oh, real brown. This ain't no fake brown right here. This the real good stuff. Is Smurf still in the chat? Hey Smurf, I got a question for you. Huh? We gotta we're gonna knock out some ashlands tomorrow. Huh? Also, Smurf, have you been playing Abiotic Factor at all? Yeah, I'm right here, Gam. I'm just chilling, you know. I smashed the like button like you asked, and I'm having conversations with people in the background over here while I'm playing some Rocket League and smoking a joint. Okay, what do you want, Gam? Let me see something. I need to. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I like abiotic factor. How far did you get? Valheim's on its last legs. We're almost done. We're in the home stretch, and then it's just building from there. Yeah, tomorrow night we will be playing Valheim. Yeah, it's Friday. Friday's Valheim night, man. The Valheim game's great. We like to play with the Vikings, and we're going to be killing cursed Valkyries and maybe even taking on a boss if we're lucky. Definitely going to pecker smack that guy. I'm telling you what. Hit him with the old one, too. Buckle my shoe. Reset the security system. Did you go into the night realm yet? I'm just curious if you went into the night realm and ran into some spooky stuff. No, it really is the Joker. Um, well, shit, Stranded, thank you. You gave me something good to talk about. So, what ends up happening, it really is the Joker. It's not somebody more insane. It's the Joker. He kidnaps everybody. He gets Batman in there. He makes Batman surrender to bring him to him because he's taking like Alfred and everybody, and Batman's all worried. Well, they can't tell if their face has been cut off or not because they're all bandaged in these bloody bandages and all this. And then Batman starts telling them, "I know who you are," and all this stuff, and really screws with Joker. Joker ends up jumping off of, like I said, this. There's like caverns under Gotham, underneath, like beyond the sewers. There's this cavern system, and he jumps off. And Batman's like, no one could survive that fall. I can't believe he jumped or whatever. So then Joker shows back up, and like his face is reattached, but it's more like how it's twisted. Like, hold on, let me zoom in a little bit. See how it's like twisted like this? All this skin and everything else, his face actually reattaches and it's all white in there. And like his face is like normal but messed up. And then Batman can't figure out how he survived the fall. And it turns out Batman does more research into the caverns, and there's a Lazarus pit under there. And they end up collapsing the city on top of themselves, a chunk of the city, because Batman goes down there. He's chasing the Joker, and Joker walked him into a trap, and everybody thinks Batman and the Joker died. Lazarus Pit brings Batman back, but they don't see the Joker. In the interim, James Gordon takes over as Batman with like a big mechanized suit, like mechanized Batman, until Batman ends up returning, and that's what it all comes to is there turns out there was a Lazarus pit under there that brought both of them back to life. And Joker's disappeared for a while. They do this whole other story arc where you have the Monitor who rides around in what's known as the Mobius chair. And the Mobius chair can tell you knowledge about anything. Like it knows every secret to the universe. And Batman sits in the Mobius chair and he's like, this thing can't know everything. Tell me, who's the Joker? And all of a sudden he gets like this shocked face and he's like, it's impossible. That can't be true. So then fast forward many comics later. And well, actually, the end of that story arc, he's in the Batcave and he's looking at all these different pictures of the Joker. And Alfred comes walking in and asks him, like, why are you studying the Joker so hard? What did the Mobius chairs tell you when you sat in it? He's like, it told me there's which Joker? There's three of them. So now Batman's like looking at the faces, analyzing them, trying to figure out which is which. And it goes forward like later on. There's another story, and I honestly don't have the comics to this story because I had stopped reading comics, but I know how it plays out. Anyway, it's called The Three Jokers. And three Jokers end up showing up. You have the clown, the gangster, and then chaos. I think that's what it is. It's the gangster, and something else. Shit. Now I got to look it up. But these three Jokers, and then it turns out that two of the Jokers are actually fakes. That put on, like, basically the Joker talked them into, like, trained them out and taught them to be him, but different aspects of him. So it's like old school, like Jack Nicholson Joker, basically. One from The Killing Joke that, like, put a, paralyzed Batgirl, all that stuff. Then there's another one that's like old 66 Joker, and then there's one that's like Heath Ledger Joker. And let me see. I just got to type in three Jokers real quick. First look, Batman. What are the three types of Jokers? The criminal. Okay, so there's the criminal, and he represents the golden age. The clown, which represents the silver age, and the comedian represents the bronze modern age, right? And the comedian ends up being the real Joker. And at the end of the story, like, basically the other two get eliminated. I think Joker actually kills him. The real Joker kills him. And the comedian Joker, I believe, if I remember correct, gets away. And the very end of that comic, Batman goes to this cabin out in the middle of nowhere. It's like North Dakota, like up in the mountains and all this. And he goes into the cabin and he's talking to this woman. And then the very end of the story is Batman's known who the Joker is all along. And it's actually Arthur Fleck, which is the Joker from The Killing Joke. And they thought that Arthur Fleck's wife died. Bruce Wayne realized that he was on the path of the Red Hood. Like when he figured out that he was the Red Hood, he had the doctors, he paid off the doctors to tell Arthur Fleck, aka the Joker, aka Red Hood, original Red Hood, that his wife died in the hospital and got her out of there because he realized he was having a psychotic break and was going to kill her. So Batman is known the entire time who the Joker is. And it confirmed that The Killing Joke is actually like the backstory of it confirms basically the backstory of the Joker being a failed comedian, all that shit. Smurf said, "No, I gotta jump across the chasm. It's some kind of chasm. I gotta figure a way across, and I can't figure it out. But Smurf, how about I tell you two different ways that you can get across this chasm? Or you got to disarm all the automatic guns that are going to blow you up, right? Is that basically what you're telling me, or Smurf? Like you got these guns pointed at you, they're going to gun you down." Because the easiest way you do it is there's this blue cube you can find in one of the cells, and you just put on the silver chain with that blue cube, and it changes gravity, and you can jump extra far, and you just jump right across the old pathway there. I got the gravity block. I put that thing in my butt like 2 days ago, and I've been hopping around, yippity skippity doodah. It was blue like a Smurf, so I figured it'd fit. And yeah, Stranded. That's just it. I was fucking furious when I read it too, because well, I was sailing the high seas, and I read it. Hence why I don't have the actual books. But I was pissed because the Joker should have no origin. It should be completely unknown. It should be it could be anybody. That's the beauty of the Joker. The Joker should never have a history like that. It's as a one-off comic, The Killing Joke is amazing. But as far as canon goes, the Joker should be unknown. He should just be chaos incarnate and unknown. Everybody knows Bruce Wayne's Batman. We shouldn't know who the Joker is. Because I can only half talk like Smurf right now because honestly, that oh, that lymph node is swollen and it throws off my vocals, like my vocal cords. Hence why you probably keep hearing me hit water instead of like Red Bull or something. But yeah, the whole thing is, for all you know, I could be the Joker. Smurf could be the Joker. Six could be the Joker. Um, Not Mister. He couldn't be the Joker. He's too straight laced for it. You need somebody that's like kind of crackpot and nuts. But anybody could be the Joker, and that's the beauty of the Joker. So I was actually, while I thought it was cool that you're tying in, I didn't like it because you're given an origin. I don't want to know his origin. I never want to know the Joker's origin. Hey, why don't you tell me, what about if, Superman has hemorrhoids? How about you tell me that story? How's he treat those? I don't understand why they call them hemorrhoids anyway. They should call them asteroids. Like, why don't they call them asteroids? I guess that would make you not a proctologist. Then you'd be an astronaut. Oh, yeah. Well, and honestly, Six, you're 100% right. And that right there, what you just said, is what makes the Batman Who Laughs the deadliest foe that, well, actually, he's not the deadliest foe, but the second deadliest foe that Batman has ever faced. Because the Batman Who Laughs is a Batman infected with instead of getting hit in the face with like Joker gas, it's actually a virus, a Joker virus. That it's Bruce Wayne, Batman, but the Joker version. Like Jokered out. And that shit's crazy. Like he messes everybody up. Like he takes down all of them. And Batman, every time he tries fighting them, friggin' he already knows Batman Who Laughs knows every one of Batman's moves because he essentially is Bruce Wayne. So he knows it's like fighting yourself in a mirror. You know how Batman beats him? It's fine, Stranded. Little sweat, little pain. I'm good. It's not like it slowed down my cigarette intake anyway. um, I probably should save the Batman Who Laughs for when I paint the Batman Who Laughs. But screw it. 'Cause I'll just retell it and maybe somebody else will be listening. Yeah, 6. You got it in 1. So what happens is Batman's fighting the Batman Who Laughs. And then out of nowhere, the Batman Who Laughs tries to pull a move and gets like smacked and knocked down. And he's like, what the hell? And like turns around and sees the Joker standing there with a crowbar. And Batman's like, yeah, you may know everything I'm going to do, but even I don't know what the Joker's going to do. So the Joker and Batman team up together to take him out. And like at the end of it, Batman's like, you don't tell anybody about this to the Joker. And the Joker just starts laughing. He's like, well, that'll be our little secret or our little punchline, and then walks away. But I always thought that was awesome. The only one that can really beat Batman is the Joker. Yeah, I mean, and that's just it. I've said this before. It's kind of what makes Superman kind of boring to me, right? Because who's the balance to Superman? Lex Luthor? You'd say he's like his greatest opponent, right? But when you really break it down, Lex is still human at the end of the day. Superman's actually an alien. So he's always going to have more power. Lex can power himself up, but it's really the villain that makes the superhero great. Like it really is. It's the villain that defines the superhero. So if your villain, your rogues gallery is weak, like Spider Man always had badass villains. Ones that's why I always loved Spider Man when I was younger too. Because Spider Man had those villains that always had some kind of emotional connection. Like, okay, if I beat the shit, I'm Spider Man. I'm fighting the Green Goblin. I beat the shit out of the Green Goblin. Now I'm going to have to explain to my best friend why I fucked his father up. Superman's boring. He's a Boy Scout. There's. You ever see the episode of Justice League? It's one of my favorites. Actually, there's one time where he wasn't boring. It was actually really cool on Justice League. They used to do that cartoon, just like Batman the Animated Series, but it was called Justice League. And there's one. Actually, you know what? No, I think it might not be a Justice League episode. Now I'm thinking about it. I think it might be a Superman the Animated Series. But Superman has to fly off to a distant planet to go help move the population or some shit. He's in outer space, right? He leaves Batman. No, wait a minute. I know what it is. I got it backwards. It is an episode of Superman the Animated Series. Something happens with Batman, and Superman has to wear a Batman suit. And like, there's a criminal making fun of him, like complete fun of him, because he's just like, you ain't the Bat, you ain't gonna do this, that, and the other thing. And then like, basically, like he's like, what would Batman do in this situation? And like, he's like, I can't I can't do what Batman does. Like, I can't just beat the shit out of the criminal and make him confess. I'm going to have to get it out of him some way else. So he like dangles him off the side of a building and scares the shit out of him. But it's funny because he's like, you're like that goddamn Boy Scout Superman right now, Batman. What's wrong with you? You lost your edge. I'm not afraid of you at all. Um, yeah, but the Joker beats Lex Luthor every time. And believe it or not, it's because the Joker outsmarts Lex. Because the whole thing is Lex is a control freak. The Joker is a wild card. So he outthinks him a lot of times. Yeah, Zod does make a lot of sense, um, to an extent. I think actually, out of all Superman's foes, the most brutal out of all of them and the most dangerous is Brainiac. Brainiac is the one. Well, that were my favorite thing in the Justice League cartoon. Darkseid comes to Earth, and like it was, I'm gonna say like a 4 or 5 episode story arc because Darkseid has realized that the anti-life equation's on Earth. He comes to Earth and like he Darkseid's ripping through everybody, like just knocking the crap out of the entire Justice League. And then he puts Superman like through a building or something, and the whole building collapses on him. And you see the building move, and then Superman comes walking out, and he's like knocking the dust off him. And it's probably the most badass I've ever seen Superman because he's a Boy Scout. That's the problem, which is good. You want your heroes to be Boy Scouts, I guess. I just always prefer the Punisher, Batman. I like the darker heroes. And yeah, he comes walking out and he's giving this speech to Darkseid. He's like, everybody I fight, I have to hold back. I can't throw my full punch. I can't hit him with my full laser eyes. I can't because I'll kill somebody. I'm always afraid of somebody getting hurt. But you, big boy, I think you're tough enough. You can take it. And he hits him so fucking hard. He like knocks him through like 10 buildings, like through into the side of a mountain. Like he just like one shots Darkseid. And granted, Darkseid gets back up and, keeps going. And then actually Lex Luthor saves the day in the episode. But like Superman gives this whole speech about how he's always got to hold back because he's going to hurt somebody. And you're the only one who can probably take my full power. And he lets it loose. Batman didn't even get himself into a position to get collapsed by a building. Batman, his superpower is he's an apex human. That's it. He's an apex human. But if you want to talk about somebody who can whoop the shit out of Superman, and Superman is never beaten in a fist fight, or actually any type of fight, it's Lobo. Superman has beat Darkseid. Superman has beat Lex Luthor. Superman has beat Brainiac. Superman has never beat Lobo. You know why? Because Karzarians are stronger than Kryptonians. I've never seen a comic or seen a show or anything else where Superman actually beat Lobo. I don't think it's ever happened. Doomsday doesn't die. He dies temporarily. So that's just it. What's Doomsday's power? You can say super strength, everything else. What's Doomsday's true power? What makes Doomsday so fucking dangerous? Because they bring him back in the New 52 and unleash him on Earth. And they stop him. But yeah, there's a secret to Doomsday. And it's what makes Doomsday one of the most terrifying things. No, Superman died. He was regened in the Fortress of Solitude in that arc. That's Death of Superman, and then you have Rise of the Superman that follows. And in Rise of the Superman, that's when Steel, Cyborg Superman, Superboy, and who was the fourth? Steel, Cyborg Superman, Superboy. Who the hell was the other one? And they were all like, who's going to be the new Superman? And then Superman comes back in a Kryptonian suit. And it's because the Fortress of Solitude reconstitutes him. But basically, he's kind of a clone of himself, to be honest with you. Which is kind of cheating. Stranded, you're close. He can die, he can be killed. So he can be killed. The thing is, he can't be killed the same way twice. So Superman uses his laser eyes and just lobotomizes Doomsday, for example. If he tries that again, it won't work on Doomsday. Doomsday, he can die, but he resurrects, and whatever killed him, he adapts. He's legitimately a oh god, what the fuck is the word? I almost called him a simile, but it's not. God damn it. What's the one thing Tolkien never used? He's basically Nietzsche's perfect animal, is what he is. He is the embodiment of Nietzscheism. He can't be killed the same way twice. Yeah, there you go. So hurling him into that's how you beat Doomsday is to throw him deep into space, right? Because he won't die in the vacuum of space. Like he'll die, but then he'll resurrect. He can't die again, but he can't unless he hits something. He can't come back, right? He's stuck. But that's yeah, he's basically a like apex perfect, like only what doesn't kill you makes you stronger kind of deal. I'm trying to think what the fucking there's a word and I can't think of it. Stranded. It's driving me nuts. It's driving me up a fucking wall. But he is a he's basically like that's the way to describe Doomsday. And Doomsday like was one of my favorites too when he first came out. I used to love Doomsday. Like he's it, and if I remember correctly, Brainiac actually constructed him, which always made me wonder why didn't he construct more than one? Just do a whole army of those fucking things and let them loose. Because if they're all learning from each other, you could kind of take them down, but you couldn't take them down forever. Yeah, well, it's a type of immortality, but it's that which does not kill you only makes you stronger. So you're adapting, but it's not adaptive or immortal. Um, God damn it! I'm trying to think. Allegory. That's what it is. It's an he's an allegory for Nietzscheism. But yeah, honestly, that one would be scary out of all of them. I just remember him like annihilating everybody in that whole arc, and then Superman and him throwing that punch against each other, and Superman just Lois Lane holding Superman, his fucking cape like up, getting stuck on the stick, looking like a flag that's all shredded and torn. He got jacked up, and then Superman grew a mullet and came back to life because that's what you did back. Oh Jesus! Why didn't you guys tell me I'm all painting off center? Yeah, evolutionary adaptation, but that's just it. Only the strong survive, right? And that which does not kill you makes you stronger. It's an allegory for Nietzscheism. I always figured like Mixelplix would probably be the worst one. I mean, if we're being real, probably the most badass out of all the superheroes. And it all comes down to how clever he is. It's Constantine. He's tricky enough to fool the devil. He's always going to trick you into doing whatever he wants you to do. And he can use magic. Like he's kind of the ace up the sleeve for all the different superheroes. You can get a hold of Constantine. That's only if he's willing to help you. Like he's got something in it that he's going to get out of it. God damn it. I keep doing that with my hand. I hate the fact my shit moved. I had it lined up where I would know where I was painting at all times. I keep moving them right out of focus. I mean, with the green hair, it's starting to come together. Yeah, I see Stranded called it out. Game, you're painting off center. We can't see shit. All we see is your arm going up and down. What the fuck? Good call out, Stranded. Usually I use there's a little viewfinder on my camera that I've been using to make sure that I'm painting on camera. And I wasn't looking at it. I was too busy talking shit in the microphone. So I like to talk shit. Hitting under the Hitting under the goddamn hair is a pain in the ass without blowing out. Honestly, I think out of all the people in the Justice League, the two with the well, the one with the shittiest villains, even though he's got like a pretty big gallery of people, but the villains are all like kind of same powered, boring because of it, is probably the Flash. Flash has some of the coolest powers, right? But usually all his villains are speedsters except for the rogues, and he just kicks the shit out of them usually. I mean, that were Aquaman. Aquaman's villains are kind of boring too. Yeah, I mean, I still don't know how I feel about him. If I'm being honest, Beans, thank you, but I I don't know. Like trying to nail out the hair where I keep a balance between green and then keeping that little bit of black in there is a pain in the ass. I'm not gonna lie. So because otherwise you're gonna lose like let me see. If I can zoom in on them. Like there's that little bit of black right in the center of each hairline. I'm trying to maintain. I'm also going to have to look directly at the comic for the eyeballs too. I'm not going to lie, they're going to be a pain in the ass. I could do like how they did with the pop. The way they did the pop, the eyeballs are just kind of this putrid yellow. I don't know. I'm also not going super bright with the hair. I'm going to keep it dark. I might hit it with a few highlights, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I want to go that route. I think I'm kind of digging the darker look to them. Gives them a little bit of dinge on top of the ugliness of the face. I definitely, I think I found a Captain America too, which if he looks good when I actually pull him up in the model viewer, I might print him. I gotta, I still have to reprint Batman Who Laughs head. Um, Actually, funny enough, my son's watching some show. It's called like Has Been Hotel or something. So one of the characters out of there, I've got to print that out. I've never seen it, so that's going to be an interesting one to work on. Anytime I haven't seen it and don't know exactly what it is, it's always interesting to work on because it's like, am I matching pattern? Am I matching color? Zantana? Yeah, he can. She's just, she's wise to him. Like, the whole thing is the two of them are dating. Basically, like, he loves Zantana. So he tries not to trick her, but even with her, he's got to trick her sometimes. He's just Constantine's scary because he always has a plan on top of plan on top of plan on top of plan. So he kind of leads you right down the road he needs you to be in, and then springs the whole trap. And you're like, oh, but I can get out of this. And then the other trap goes off. And then you're like, but I can get out. Oh, nope, another trap. Thank you, Six. Appreciate you, man. I still got to do his goddamn name tag, his teeth, his eyes, finish out his goddamn hair. I just got to switch up to tiny brush because it's getting tight in there. I'm not gonna lie. But he's not coming out bad from what I can tell. This is definitely one because of the detail in it and everything else. I feel like I should figure out who uploaded it and everything else, and make sure I shout them out, promo the hell out of them because definitely, definitely a lot of good detail in here that I didn't even notice till I started painting it. Like you can kind of see it, but once you start hitting it with paint, it reveals itself, and that can be, well, sometimes that can be very pleasant. Other times it can be like, oh well, shit. Who knew? Get rid of the excess. I also got to print out all the rest of the scare bears, like the Freddy bear, the Jason bear. I think there's a Scream bear, maybe a Jigsaw bear, all the little horror icon bears or whatever. My off center, I am off center. God damn it! Oh, fun, fun, fun. Now Zantana is her first name. Her father's name is Xantera. Wait, is her father named Xantera? I know it's like her name with an extra letter. Xantera Doom. Let me just look up Zantana's father. Yeah, Xantara. Yeah, Zantana's father's name's Xantara. what the hell? What was the group that he was with? Wasn't he with like the Phantom and don't tell my wife I can remember who he was with. She'll fucking murder me. I mean, she'll kill me in my sleep and say I had an bout with Alzheimer's. Forgetting a name like that in the house and like House of Mystery, Amethyst. Let me think. Frankenstein, Agent of Sword. I'm trying to remember what the other ones are. Dead Man, Constantine, I Vampire. God damn it! What the hell was it? What was the one with the goddamn plants? The chick with plants in it. Justice League Dark. It's not the one with the Phantom. That's the one that like all those guys belong to. Etrigan, the demon. What the hell else is in that? Like seriously, you guys think I'm kidding too? My wife would punch me square in the head. Etrigan. It's not Black Knight. Who the hell was the other ones? It's not JLA. JLA is well, I mean they change out all the goddamn time. But no, Justice League Dark is Frankenstein, um, Zantana, Constantine, the House of Mystery. They all work out of the House of Mystery. Oh, Swamp Thing. Jesus Christ, my wife would have murdered me. Swamp Thing's like one of my favorites. Oh, Madame Xanadu. That's another one. The one that uses tarot cards. Yeah, they're the magic division basically of the Justice League. Yeah, it's Justice League Dark. The JLA, that was like I want to say it was one of the Hawks, either Hawk Girl or Hawk Man. I think it was yeah, it was Hawk Girl, Hawk Man, Guy Gardner. What's the chick that wears the totem? It's a black chick, Vixen. That's her name. Wears the totem and can channel different animals into her. But yeah, Swamp Thing is definitely the one that you don't want to screw with. That entire group. I am the avatar of the green. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what she first appeared in. I mean, so Swamp Thing, classic Swamp Thing, long ass time ago. Um, well, not that long ago. really in the history of comics. Like, I mean, you got your way olds like Superman, Batman, some of the earliest, if not the earliest. But yeah, JLA. I'm trying to remember. I'm picturing trying to picture covers in my head. I think you had one of the maybe Kid Flash might have been in there, and of course you got the Teen Titans. That was like Beast Boy, Raven, Nightwing. He wasn't Robin anymore. He was Nightwing by then. Dick Grayson. Not really. All right, you know what? It's cool. I got Beans in here. She's seen it. I think the only one out of everybody that's in here that has not seen the new Superman movie is might be six, correct? So let me tell you my biggest problem with the new Superman. My biggest problem is if you really break shit down in that movie, it's Superman, the Richard Donner films, different plot lines from each of them. So, how did Lex get the clone of Superman in the new Superman movie? He went to a battle scene and found one strand of Superman's hair that was knocked out, and he cloned him from his DNA, right? Kind of exactly what Lex Luthor did in Superman 4 when he took the cut the one piece of hair with the bolt cutters and then sent it into space when Superman was destroying all the nukes, sent it towards the sun and created Solar Man. Remember that? Yeah. So stole that from Superman 4. There was different shit throughout the movie where I was just like, God damn it. But the whole thing is, it wouldn't make him Ultraman. Ultraman is an entirely different character. Ultraman is actually an alternate version of Superman from Earth 3, and he leads the crime syndicate. And he like crushes and snorts kryptonite, and that's what powers him up. And the sun actually depowers him. What we saw on screen was not Ultraman; it was Bizarro. We saw Bizarro on screen. That wasn't Ultraman, which kind of pissed me off. Also, what was Lex's motivation in the movie? Was he, like it wasn't really a land grab. He did it just so he could kill Superman, which was cool because they changed that up a little bit. That was Gene Hackman, but the land grab part was Gene Hackman's motivation in the first Superman movie. He was going to blow off the coast of, he bought up all the desert property and was going to use the nuclear missile to hit the San Andreas fault line and dump California into the ocean. So then he had brand new oceanfront property to sell. Because otherwise it was just worthless desert. And that was the whole plot of the first Superman movie. So, like, recycled the plot. My big problem with the Superman movie, the new one, is that the least interesting character in the entire movie was Superman. Yeah, land what? You're right. Yep, yep, yep. You're right. In Superman Returns, he creates the island out of kryptonite. Now, granted, Superman Returns is supposed to be a continuation off of Superman 2. Like Superman 3 and Superman 4 didn't exist. But that's the other thing. Superman 3, there's actually parallels in there with this movie. Trying to remember. I haven't seen the movie in a couple weeks. It's kind of faded to the back of the brain. But there was something from Superman 3 that I was like, it's actually kind of the same fucking thing. Right. So, Riri Bizarro. So, okay, you have the old Super Friends cartoon, and that's where you get the square Bizarro that comes from Bizarro Land. But every other iteration of Bizarro is just a clone of Superman that is flawed and starts becoming defective. Um, One of the things I absolutely despised was Jor-El sending him there to basically conquer Earth. But that plot line actually happened before in a different Superman project. It was called Smallville. And in Smallville, there's a whole season where that's the message that Jor-El's putting out, but it's actually one of Jor-El's tests to see if, his son's a good person or not. But yeah, the whole conquer Earth thing. Um, I what I told my wife when I saw that, I was like, that part was stupid that they had Jor-El like that. Like, because the whole thing is Superman's supposed to represent hope, all this other stuff. I kind of like the way they worked it in. I was like, that makes sense to an extent. But I was like, it's still kind of stupid. The only thing is that I was like, now, if you do a sequel to Superman, you should work that in where that message that was sent was actually corrupted by Bizarro. Bizarro actually altered Jarrell's world or words to make it easier so that when he showed up, he could subjugate Earth. If you do Bizarro in the next one, right? And what did I say? Exactly that. They recycled the plot line about the land. Now, granted, they changed it up. And then he said, no, it was never about the land. It was all about just having an excuse to kill you, right? But it's still, he used the plot line from Superman 1. He recycled it. It's the same way that, like I said, he recycled Solar Man, but didn't call him Solar Man. He called him Ultraman, who was really Bizarro. It just, like I said, the least interesting person in the entire movie was actually Superman. It would have been a better movie if it was a Mr. Terrific movie. And I actually like that movie better than I like Fantastic Four, but I definitely like the feel on Fantastic. Like they were both about the same. I think somebody said, if given the choice between seeing Superman or seeing Fantastic Four, which one would you choose? And he said F1. He's like, say screw it to both of them, watch F1, which I still haven't seen but have to see because Stranded said it was a really really good movie. That's something else I can debunk too. That's something else I can completely debunk. So I had said this. I said the rumor has it that Alan Richardson, the guy who plays Reacher, is being tapped to play Batman, like James Gunn's Batman, right? And Richardson, I watched an interview with him. He was like on, I don't know, one of the late night talk shows or whatever. He was on some talk show, and he was talking about it. And he goes, I keep getting messages and everything else that, oh man, can't wait to see you as Batman. He's like, and I have to keep writing to people and telling them like, there's been no discussions, nobody's reached out, and as a matter of fact, James Gunn has even said that I'm not his choice for Batman. Damn it! I just realized something. I got an artifact in here. I don't know. Here, let me show you guys something. One of these painful things when you're painting, and I have to use the zoom. Come on, set up. There it goes. Right. So I got a little blowout here I got to fix. Not a big deal. Check this out while I'm painting. Can you guys see the little artifact? Or no? I don't know if you can see it or not. I'm going to grab this damn thing, and it's so tiny. Right there. That little goddamn artifact. I'm like painting. I'm like, why isn't that lining up? Something's not right. Thought I had another one here for a second. It's not. It's just where there was an artifact that I already broke free. What a pain in the ass. Actually, you know what? I didn't even catch that stranded, but you're 1,000% right. How did she know to get him to the farm? She didn't know where he grew up. Well, maybe not. Hold on. Let's rewind and let me think about that fucking interview. Because she might have asked him, but like she was interviewing, not like that might have just been one of the interview questions. Not that she didn't know. Like, remember, she's not supposed to know he's Clark Kent, for example, when they're doing that interview. So it might have been that she already knew. She just couldn't say it on tape. Because remember, she had to keep reminding him, but you are on the record. And he's just like, oh, no, I'm not. I'm just used to Superman outsmarting, like, I don't know. I want my Christopher Reeve smarter than everybody else, Superman. He didn't seem like well, he kind of outsmarts Ultraman, but that's not really hard once he has Crypto taken out the drones. You couldn't see the artifact when I snapped it? Yeah, I mean, like I said, I thought it was a good movie. I just, I wasn't a big fan of Superman in that movie. Like, and it's not nothing against the actor either. I thought the actor, I really wanted to be critical on him, and he was a decent Superman. Wasn't Henry Cavill, wasn't Christopher Reeve, but he was a decent Superman. Like, he wasn't bad at all. Like, I had no hope for that actor going into it, and then after watching the movie, I was like, all right, yeah, I can definitely see him as Superman. Damn, this is gonna be tricky. As tricky as I thought. Nailed it. Yeah, I just like I said, I liked the movie though. I actually did enjoy the movie. It's just there was a lot that made me shake my head. That was part of it. Like and maybe it was him paying homage to the Richard Donner series, because James Gunn even said, "I can't crack Superman," and then Crypto is what cracked Superman for him. So when I look at that, you're not a fan of it. Anything else? But I don't understand that either. Like, why say you can't crack Superman, but then you do Brightburn, which is just an evil version of Superman's upbringing. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, Stranded. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're 100% right on that one. Cuz yeah, like I'm not going to lie, I like the actress better that played Lois Lane in the new Superman, but I like the intelligence of Lois Lane better in Man of Steel, cuz she actually figured out who Superman was, like on her own. Like she wasn't like a complete idiot. She was just like, "Oh, okay, let's trace this. Oh, so a guy saved you? Okay, what did he had an S. Did he look like nobody else on the fucking planet? Yeah, oh yeah, okay, cool. Bet. All right. I think I'm just gonna knock out silver and accoutrements real quick. I mean, well, then again, remember they've been together for like 4 years or something in the new one too. So it's not like they just met up. God damn, what the hell? Shit's liquid as dear lord. That was weird. Wait, you read that they purposely bypassed knowing each other and knowing in the script? 'Cause if that's the case, then Stranded's point stands. How the hell did she know to take him to the farm? So there you go. You got a good point, Stranded. How did she know to take him to the farm? My question is, why is the bolt on one side of his face so much bigger than the other? Yeah, I think you're right, but Just because they've been dating for 3 months doesn't mean they weren't smashing before that, you know? Like I said, I went in completely wanting to, like, all right, I'm going to hate Superman. And also with the Fantastic Four, same thing. I I liked Fantastic Four to a point. There was certain shit that I thought was kind of unforgivable, but it was it was okay. You guys actually see those hooks now. Hold them up. Still got to do his lips. Still got to do his eyes, his teeth. Actually, I got to do the Joe too. The new S, I didn't mind because it was something different. Like it was okay. Um, I definitely liked. I'm not gonna lie. One of those small things that I thought I was gonna kind of hate, but I thought was okay. Came across okay was the underwear on the outside. Get them all. Let's see. Oh, let me bring that into focus. Yeah, there we go. That's a little bit better. Hit the other side. Like the S didn't. I don't know. That one didn't. That one didn't bother me all that much. I mean, I could see where it would be off-putting. It didn't bother me. I did like the way Green Lantern, like when they go in and he's fighting the army or whatever. I did like how all the middle fingers started popping up and like knocking people down. That cracked me up because Guy Gardner is that dick who would make hard light constructs like that. I actually like the way they did do Green Lantern's powers. And I actually like the way they did Hawk Girl too, where she was Thanagarian with the scream and like really laying it in on people. Damn, damn it. Hopefully I can get. Well, that's just it in the comics. Like Guy Gardner, he is a complete dick like that. Like 100%. But the whole thing is, he's like a Boston cop. that comes from a long line of Boston cops. And Supergirl at the end. I was actually shocked because I've seen that actress in Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon. And I was like, yeah, she's not really attractive. She actually was very attractive as Supergirl. I was shocked. I was like, she actually kind of lives. I can see her being Supergirl. There we go. Tighten up that brown back there. And actually, if I still got red, I can tighten up right below his hairline. Yeah, my wife hated fucking Superman in that movie. That was the funniest shit. The moment she turned to me and said, "He's got a fat ass." What? She's like, "Yeah." She's like, "He's got a fat ass." I'm like, "What? Didn't you see it?" I was like, "I wasn't staring at his ass." Yeah, I mean, well, that was the whole point to that joke. Like where he was talking about, you know about the glasses, right? And she's like, "What do you mean if I didn't know about the glasses?" And just said I did. And he's like, "Well, no, you know." And he like breaks down. I mean, which is awesome because the whole implication there is that Mr. Terrific created the glasses. Um, all right. Fucking eyeballs. Debating this. Do I want to go? I might go hazy moon here. I definitely want to keep them in a yellow. Yeah, that's true. I agree. I mean, they look more like his mother made them, for him. Dear Lord, this is going to be a creepy fucking eyeball. Now I'm looking at it. I got some some nightmare fuel eyeballs. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I think I definitely picked the right color for those bad boys. Right. Well, I mean, I honestly like that part because that's that Boy Scout part of Superman. He tries to save everybody and everything, you know. But yeah, I agree with you. Same way he like almost gets crushed trying to save the dog. What do you guys think? You like them eyes? Creepy. All right, yeah. Now I know. Now I know I'm hitting it. If six is looking at it and like nice, yeah, yeah. All right, we just gotta dot those. Let's see. I want to see if this yellow will work for the teeth too. 50-50. Definitely 50-50 on the teeth. Let me see. Good night, Beans. Make sure you say good night to Six too. Damn, what is he? Chopped liver? Yeah, the eyes. Boy, I want him to be creepy. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it is the Joker. I just gotta be gentle with the application of this. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to tighten up the gum line and all that stuff. But I'm gonna use a brighter red. May even go towards a. May even go. Nah, I don't want to go to a pink. Thought about going to pink in between, but since I'm doing them like dark version, application. Yeah, I gotta go for another application on those teeth. And then of course we gotta put the red on. Thanks, Beans. Yeah, hopefully this one comes out badass. This one's for me, so the only thing is feel like I should just either leave this black. Maybe I'll go with a matte black on it. No, I'm debating. Do I have an antique white? I think I have antique white around here. I might go to an antique white on it. Shit's definitely nightmare fuel. You think darker? Really? I just wanted them like off white because if you're looking at the picture of him, his teeth are actually like kind of bright white in the pictures. I mean, I could bring the teeth up maybe at one tone of yellow. I don't want to bring them up much more than a tone of yellow. You know what I mean? I mean, not gonna lie. Let me look up the damn picture I got. Oh, either else pull it from the comics. I need to do a zoom in view. I need to like zoom in and see. He definitely has the lips. Oh yeah. Yeah, if I look at this, man, the lips are just ridged. All right, let me see if I can't take it up a very, very light tone. Like, I mean, like, here's the tone I'm using, just so you can see. And this is the next up tone. That's the step up from the one I'm using. So I will go to this one. Maybe just a light dusting. That's what I'm thinking. Like if I lightly dust dust on top of the teeth already being done in that yellow. I mean, reality is I should probably dust it in brown, but kind of like my teeth. I mean, that's that was the next step up. Um, let me see. I agree with you. I do think they need like this is going to be rough. It's crazy. Like all this other shit I could focus on with this thing, and it's like now the teeth got to be perfect. Like fuck the eyes. The eyes can be all right, but the teeth have to be nailed. Because I mean, I guess if I don't like this, I can either black it or just re-go on the ones I've already got. Let's see if I can't nudge them down. I think I got it stranded. As soon as I as soon as I do this next pass, as long as it's dark enough, I'll let you see it. And then I'm gonna tighten up all the red on the gum line. Go to the red on the lips. Dot the eyes. Legitimately dot the eyes. Kind of like that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I. Let me see. Mm. Only thing is, I'm gonna have to do another pass. I'm gonna have to do a stack up pass on these lowers. And then hit them again with the brown. Voila. I think we got the right tone. Think we got the right tone, guys. hope we got the right tone. Now to clean up all the damn red around those teeth. With any luck, because of the lightness of the other paint, it'll turn them a little bit lighter red right there at the gum line. God damn it. Where's my knife? Shit, I can't get through it. That one was just honestly, if you tilt it, it's way too. It was way too noticeable. Shit. Sitting there with the knife, like it, I feel like I'm doing like brain surgery now. I hate working tiny. I really hate working tiny because of how bad my hands are. It's times like this that I kind of wish I had some herbal refreshment. Relax the nerves in my back, make my hands work. Hurry up, Trump. Waiting on you, buddy. Sign your executive order. Knock felonies down to misdemeanors. I'm, well, allegedly, I'm doing surgery. Anybody who let me cut on them with a knife, like, is clearly out of their fucking skull. right there I gotta fix. It's crazy because normally I'm talking shit while I'm doing this. And like, if you guys are noticing, every time I go in with the brush, I'm like holding my breath. Like, don't fuck up. Don't just drag red straight or which I just did. What the fuck? Wasn't my fault. Wasn't an unsteady hand. Was an unsharp brush. Wow, really? I didn't drag my white back far enough on this side. I got two unpainted teeth back there. I got another one on this side that clearly has a cavity. Shit. Oh, fuck. I love it when it screws up just a little bit. Oh, yeah. Really? Thank God I'm working on off white. Otherwise, I would have sucked. Time to fix the little blowouts. Hopefully, I can fix them. Yeah, definitely fun. You can see where I blew out right there on those two teeth. And those two back teeth weren't even painted. I'm not gonna lie, I love my new camera because you can actually see that shit. Like you guys can see what I'm looking at. Like, oh god damn it, I blew out. brown on next. Yeah. So that was the first after credit scene. Did you see the scene where he basically is joking around with Mister Terrific about Metropolis being crooked? Because when they put it in, he's like, it didn't quite line up. But like right before they went to the credits, or just after they go to the credits, they show him and he's got like his back to the camera and they're sitting on the moon and he's looking at Earth. And it's not like in motion or anything, it's just kind of like a screenshot. And he's got Crypto. Crypto has both his paws over his left shoulder and he's looking back at the camera. I'm going to go over them with a little light again, just a dabbing. This time I'm not even going to screw around with this fill work. Let me go to an actual fine point. Like super fine point. How those teeth look now. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's just you can find the screenshot online. But it's just him. He's got Crypto over his left shoulder. Like he's just got his paws over Superman's left shoulder and Superman staring at the earth sitting on the moon. Okay. What do we got left? Gray on the tag. Nail out Joe. Snap, crackle, pop my back. Should be golden. Let's see. What do we got for gray? I just got to find. I think it's this. It's like my favorite of the grays, I think. This classic French. I got to be careful because it pours out like pure liquid. Like it's like water. But I only need a light coat and it just it's actually the best out of all the paints so far for some reason. And it's like aged or something. It was aged to perfection. Something like that. I don't know. It's weird. Paint's just better than most. and get this crap out of it. I think one of these days I'll get a brush soak. Just put the thinner directly in there and just dip the brush and crush it down. Good lord. What else is going on, guys? Did I miss anything? How's life, the universe, and everything? Any news stories I missed? Something you wanted to hear about, didn't want to hear about? I'm not real worried about how crappy it covers up Joe because I'm going to repaint that anyway. Crypto was the best part of the movie. Oh, yeah, by far. I thought I was going to hate him, and I was like, oh no, this works. Hmm. I did hear, though, the deleted scenes. I don't know if you guys heard about deleted scenes, and they all involved crypto. So apparently, because they ran them past test audiences, and test audiences hated them. But you know how like crypto goes after the engineer? She like beats the crap out of the dog. And then the part where Lex has him in the thing running on the treadmill and all that, supposedly they Lex is torturing him instead of just having him run on the treadmill. They had him torturing the dog with like shooting him with lasers and all kinds of shit, like to see what he was immune to and what he wasn't. Like they were torturing him. And they took it out of the movie because the test audiences like lost their shit. Like you can't do that to a dog. Like kill all the humans you want, but don't hurt the dog. I keep forgetting It's Always Sunny is still on. I gotta catch up on it. I saw the first two episodes of this season and have not watched the rest. Got that. I don't know if the new Dexter dropped. Shit. I got a bunch of stuff I gotta catch up on. I'm slacking. Mild cleanup on aisle 5. Yeah, yeah, that was kind of the only part where he showed like he had some balls. Like, to be honest with you, the rest of the time he was kind of like I said, it's a shame. I think Superman was the weakest part in his own movie. All right, let's clean up the blue for the last color. No, I'm not even going to screw around. Let's just go right to super point. That line actually didn't blow out. Top line blew out. Top line's fixed. A little bit on this side. Just a tiny bit. There we go. That's all cleaned up. Have you ever seen the old show Dexter Stranded? I don't know if you've ever seen the original Dexter like show. It was on, I want to say Showtime. Yeah, Showtime. Pretty good show. Like, well, the first couple seasons are really good, and then it kind of teeters off. And then, oh, this new one has been really, really good. Do you know what the premise is behind it, by chance? Okay, now for the fun part. I don't know I want to use that brush. I think I'm going to use this one instead. Yeah. So the premise is not only is he a serial killer, he's a serial killer that kills serial killers. So, like, basically, when he gets found in the beginning of the show, he's found by guy who's a profiler, and he's a baby, and he's sitting in a pool of his mother's own blood for days. He's like left there. So the guy like takes him in, adopts him, and yeah, he starts to realize like he doesn't have emotions like normal kids. He's different than and he starts profiling him and realizes like, oh shit, he's a serial killer. So he teaches him to hunt serial killers and tells him like, look, don't kill normal people, only kill other serial killers. So then that's like the premise behind the show is basically he's hunting down different serial killers and then ritualistically killing them. So he's the predator of predators. Oh shit, that would have been bad. Joe. I mean, it is, but the whole thing like seems like a messed up thing. But at the same point in time, it's like he spent his whole life hunting down serial killers and taking them out if necessary. And so then Dexter becomes like he works in the crime lab and he studies blood and blood splatters. So he ends up becoming a cop. I got a mild blowout in there I've got to fix. hoping I can hit it real quick. Hit it and quit it, as they used to say back in the day. Joe who? Joe Kerr. That's gonna get all messed up. One eyeball came out not bad. The other one not so much. Let's try this again. This time with feeling. That's more like it. Might actually go into. I might actually hit white a little bit more too. Actually, I got to do white anyway. So I smacked his nose. I forgot about it till just now. No, I saw no footage of Ozzy's funeral. Sharon broke down. I mean, look, you can say what you want about that family. They loved Ozzy. One of the most heartfelt things I think I saw regarding Ozzy's passing was actually Kermit the Frog. Kermit the Frog, like whoever does the account for Kermit the Frog, put out a post, like my friend Ozzy passed away, blah, blah, blah. And like, it really was kind of heartfelt. And when you break down like his relationship with Kermit the Frog, Miss Piggy, all that stuff, like Ozzy was always really nice to the Muppets. for whatever reason, his right ear isn't as defined as his, well, no, his left ear. That was an amazing call, by the way, Stranded, on the teeth. Shit. All right. White's all tightened up. Got a little spot on this side that I need to touch on. Matter of fact, I am going to go in real quick. A little bit of black. I'm going to redo these ears out. Like I said, that ear is just not as defined as this side. Hit that again real quick with a white, lighten it up a bit. Oh yeah, seriously, I remember watching when wasn't it Ozzy Knows Best or something like that? What the hell was the show where they did the whole family and all that stuff? And like Sharon wasn't home at one point in time, and that shit was not acting. Like Ozzy's like just wandering around looking for her like a lost puppy. You felt bad for him. So I'm not gonna lie. When people are in relationships like that, usually when one goes, the other one's gonna follow not long after. Which sucks, but is what it is. Did they like play goodbye to romance or anything at his funeral? Oh, you always help. Always, always help. I do like the. I was so tempted to go to a real bright, obnoxious green for his hair too, but I think the seaweed kind of look helps. I think it's more off-putting for some reason. Gotta clean it up. Joker's roots are showing. I better check the other side too, see if I got down low on it. Yeah, that's. I'd say that's much cleaner. Should have probably shut it off before I cleaned it up. Let's whip it around. Yeah, you can kind of see it on this side. If you look down towards the tip, down like in here, see what I mean? Mm. And tighten up the back of his hair. It's the one bitch about working with 3D prints. Like, it's funny. I keep ripping holes with his hair in here, but having to look at them 3D. Is looking at him from one angle, it looks like a solid color. Then you flip it to the other angle, and you're like, "Oh yeah, I missed a whole spot in there." But once I get it in like sunlight, something like this, or I turn at a certain angle and I see that I miss paint, I will be pissed. Yeah, I would. I don't honestly don't want to see him laid to rest. Like, kind of breaks your heart, you know. Like, it's crazy because Godfather of, well, basically the father of metal, and It's like you don't want to see your heroes die. I think we got him. Got him. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think we got him, guys. Get this shit out of the way. Shall we go to the Zoom in chat? I love this arm because it's so steady. I hate this arm because, well, it's so steady. Hello, Joe. What do you know? That thing's fucking creepy. Let me adjust some lighting. Get the lighting just right on him. I don't know. What do you guys think? This lighting. Nah, Danny hasn't been around for a minute. Like he'll be here or there. I think the purples are a little bit much. What do you guys think? You'll never catch me, Batman. Not the flashy. Yeah, sorry guys, stroke warning. What's cool is now I can do this without ever touching the camera. Bring it up a little. Twist it a little. Right about that. Let me match the other side. Let me see. What if I just go boom, cut that one entirely? How's that? Does that look better with the one light and the shadow? Yeah, I'll paint the stand another time. We're already at like 4 in the fucking morning. Yeah, we can zoom in real close on that bad boy. Oh shit. Guys, what did I forget? I can't believe you guys didn't call me the fuck out on it either. Take it back to original lighting. Shit. Oh my god, stranded. You gotta stop that. Alright, I'll try and make this fast then. Fuck. Neither of you guys called me out on it. Looks cool and all that, right? Like looking at him like something's not right here. Something's real not right here. I'm like, it looks correct, but it's not correct. Something's wrong. Brains kicking, brains kicking, brains kicking. Here, I'll give you a hint. Look at this picture of the face. Oh, try and look at this picture of the face. Right? Now look at this face. What's missing? Still not seeing it? I mean, it's been 24 hours for you. That moment when you get right to the end, you're like, oh, finally, done painting. And then realize it's the fucking Joker. And you done fucked up, son. Bad. Like not just bad that you fucked up, but you fucked up bad. Even my dog's like pissed at me. So I was like, oh, that's about a wrap now. I gotta get this green off this brush. Not black on the teeth. Close, but no. It's one color. It's red. Yep. Yeah, because we're looking at it and you're looking at the face, right? And it's like, oh, yeah. Yeah, the only thing is, what it's pulling apart is the face. And Joker has lips on his face. Not off on the. This is his gums. This is a tear. His actual lips. Straight, it's like, fuck, lips. Yep. Like, I was so worried about those teeth. I even said it, remember? I was like, oh, yeah. Gotta make sure that I don't miss the lips on this thing. I'm like looking at it. I'm like, something's. It looks good, but something's not quite right, as David would say. Right. Now I'm like at that end process where I already relaxed my hands. I'm like his lips are jagged too, which is even shittier. I gotta stop doing that. Like looking through my glasses and it's distorting it. Yeah, I will have to fix the left side or right side. I know it's out of focus. If you think it's out of focus, my glasses are making it real out of focus while I'm trying to paint it, so I'm getting like slap line. Plus, I'm like banging the camera because I already moved it in position for the finale, like for the thumbnail, all that. These like little dip out lines. I'm going to go a little bit thicker there. Drag the line over and over. Is that back in focus? Should focus in. I can't believe I forgot that shit. Should be punished and flogged for it. Fuck. Now let's take a look. How's that, guys? Better? Take it back down on lighting. Should be back in focus too. Knock down lighting. Flip this lighting around. There we go. Let me see something. Actually, just the natural room lighting's not bad. Give it a second. Let the light adjust or the camera adjust to it. I'll hold it up to get the screenshot real quick. Actually, no. Like, did you guys want me to zoom in on it a little? You can actually see detail and shit. I think he came out decent. Actually, you know what? I could do this. And I think it's going to zoom past it and get like a wide shot on the book. Yep, got fixated on the teeth, forgot the lips. Let me try one other thing. How's that look for a screenshot? Six still with us? Oh. All right. Where the fuck is the mouse? God damn it. There it is. Snap. Freeform snap. Ooh. Actually, I wonder if I can. I can probably edit the thumbnail now. Set that right up. I can. There we go. That should be the thumbnail. Everything should be kind of golden. Oh. Oh, stranded. Stranded. Why did you push yourself? This is my question to you. Like, I mean, I'm putting the bullet in it, smoking my last bullet, however you want to say it. Boingy, boingy, boingy. Um, what the hell? You don't have to push that hard. Stream will always be there. Not that I don't appreciate it. Normally, and shout out to the greatest mods on these internet. Sheree is usually with us. You know. Um, yeah, you didn't have to hang this long if you're tired. I appreciate the hell out of you, but I would have understood. What do you think, Six? You dig it? Creepy as hell, isn't it? See, like one of the things that sucks is I wanted to get like pinks in to accentuate the muscle and stuff like that. The only problem is all the detail is on one part of the head that's exposed and not on the other part of the head that's exposed. So if I did it, I would it would look like shit. Shit. If you had said that to me about 2 hours ago, stranded, the only reason I'm sticking, I'm exhausted. I've been up for 22 hours. I want to see it finished. I would have stopped 2 hours ago and done it next stream just to finish it so you could watch it and still be awake for it. Like I said, I appreciate the hell out of you for it, but I would have understood. I still can't believe I almost forgot the goddamn lips. I'd have been staring at this thing going, something ain't right. I'd have been yelling at myself, like, dude, how could you miss this? And then, I mean, not going to lie, I should. Let me look. Yeah, see, like, it goes to like a pink gradient up here, too, on the one figure. But yeah, looking at the comic, it doesn't. This comic has it. Like you can, well, you guys can't see, but you can definitely see like it's got like a red line, but I don't want to blend it. I don't want. I think it'll take away from the smile. I will. I enjoy the stream and I enjoy the chat, stranded, but I also don't want you over pushing it too hard. Like you work your ass off. It's the same thing for Beans. Like I'm always grateful when Beans is in here, but if she's not in here, I understand because it's like you guys are working hard. I mean, what's going to be screwed up is depending on the days my son needs me to like basically open and run his store think he's trying to get it where it's only 3 days instead of like 5, like every other day or some shit like this. But the problem is, go and run his goddamn store, and even if he puts me on short hours or what have you, means getting up early, driving an hour and a half there, hour and a half back, and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to pull off a stream and run his store and not fuck things up. So that's gonna be fun. Oh well, you just wasted one of them. Because you stuck on this stream, and then of course later tonight it's me and Smurf. It's gonna be me and Smurf, and we're gonna be doing stuff. Smurf's gonna play Valheim, which I'm actually kind of looking forward to because we've only run through the Ashlands one time, so it's almost gonna be like redoing it from scratch. Like everything else is just memory muscle, but the Ashlands is gonna be kind of difficult. Kill fodder. See if we can hunt him down and take him out. There's also a bunch of there's another boss there, and we got to take him out. And when we take him out, he gives us the location of a crypt. Then we got to take out that crypt, and then we're pretty much done. But we have Hilder's quest, is what it's known as, and that's all over the map and taking out different dungeons, and like there's a tower of those goblins you got to go through and wreck all of them. Yeah, you're not wrong. You were there for every last one of them except for who? Yoglith? Was it Yoglith? And I was like, damn it, we're gonna take it out. And Stranded had to go to sleep early, and it was like we didn't find him until like later on. I was just like, oh, 2 hours 45 minutes in. Like I remembered the timestamp. I was like, timestamp. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that's the fastest we've ever beat the queen too on Valheim. Like we've had it where we sat there for an hour and a half fighting that damn thing. I don't know if we were just better prepared or I just went more ballsy with it and just like rushed her. But it was something like I caught a parry just right, something, in both Smurf and I like just tore her up when I hit the parry. It's YAGU. Wait, YAGLUTH, I think. Yoglith. I think that's right. I could be wrong. Let me look. It'd be like when I type in the search, it'll be the first thing that comes up. Yeah, YAGLUTH. Yoglith. Yeah, because you were there. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Um, yeah, like it's interesting. The Mistlands, I don't remember coming across all that many log stones. So like the other bosses and stuff, as you're leading up to them, there's actually a hero that went through before you, and they leave stones and they're telling you about the boars and about the deer and all this stuff. But then when you get to the bosses, they'll be like, sacrifice her young or whatever, and that's how you get motor. You sacrifice the dragon eggs. They give you a clue. With Yoglith, as you're going across the plains, there's a whole story about a goblin, well, a furling king named Yoglith, and he was killed by, I can't remember. I think it was Odin, but Odin like cut him in half, and that's why you only fight half of him. Like he's not walking around; he's dragging himself because Yodin, Odin cut off half of him. But yeah, Yoggoth was the end boss for a while, and then they added the Mistlands, and then that was a whole like it rearranged the entire map. When they did that, and the Ashlands wasn't finished left yet, it was just like all Fireland, and it was attached to the other islands. So like once you got down to where the Ashlands are, it was had little spots of water, but you could just walk across it, and it was nothing but the little Surtlings, the little fireball throwers. So I'd go down there, set up a portal, and just like farm for hours and hours and hours and get a ton of coal and Surtling cores. Because Smurf and I were just doing like regular drop rate, having to sail back with all the stuff in the boat, like all that kind of shit. Did Yoda and Odin have a baby? Yoden. Well, I mean, Jotun is fucking the giants. Like you're finding their bones everywhere. That's like the birds tell you basically the lore when you get to the other parts. But we've kind of been I've been fast forwarding through what they're saying. But they explain to you, like you can harvest their brains or whatever, and maybe that'll do something for you. But we already know it's the fuel to create Eiter. All right, crush out my cigarette, fade off to sleep. Somewhere in the darkness, GAM he'll break even. And in his final words, you'll find an ace that you can keep. All right, guys. 6. Stranded, thank you. Everybody watching, thank you. Everybody was here chatting, jumping in, being a part of the crew of misfits, having fun. I appreciate every last one of you. Couldn't do this without you guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you to our latest, newest subscribers too. Everybody watching, make sure you liked it, subbed, all that stuff. I do appreciate you guys. I'm tired as hell, so I'm probably rambling. But shout out to the greatest mods on these interwebs, Sheree. Thank you for everything. Appreciate you. Shout out to your husband, Rick James. Stranded 6. Thank you guys for watching till the end. Whoever else is watching till the end, thank you. Probably it might even be Smurf. Hey, I'm back here lurking. Or D, and he fell asleep with his phone on. But thank you guys. I'll be back tomorrow night. Smurf and I got some slaying to do. Forever demonetized. Probably watching. Yes, Forever is watching. Good night, Forever. Thank you, dude. Shout out to you, man. Thank you for even though you're always quiet in the background. Thank you for always supporting. Nothing but Aussie love, and you know what I mean by that. Um, but yeah, guys, I'll be back tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. Me and Smurf, Valheim. Let's see if we can't finish the fight. And everybody, hang in there. I'll see you tomorrow. And just remember, don't take shit from anybody. Good night, guys.